members that we've lost them, because I like to keep this tradition going. So this is a toast to family.
To family.
The Black Cleaner. Nate's Odyssey. Traveling while black. Real stories. No filters. Follow the journey. Across the world we've roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth, the Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey. No filters, no pretending. Follow the journey. Real stories, never ending. From Panama nights to Cartagena views, trying to understand life from a different point of view. Conversations get deep when the camera's cut on. Talking purpose, pain, and trying to stay strong. Traveling while black in a world full of judgment. Trying to find freedom while escaping the dysfunction. Some people chasing money, some searching for healing. Others just trying to understand what they really feeling. Nate's Odyssey, every episode authentic. Talking real life lessons, people scared to mention. Relationships changing, friendship fading slow. Trying to find your purpose while still learning to grow. Follow the journey. Across the world we roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth, the Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey. No filters, no pretending. No, follow the journey. Real stories, never ending. Messy love Mondays and them late night talks. Money mindset streams while we question our thoughts. Building the broad but discovering yourself. Learning real freedom ain't just wealth. Black fatigue conversations hit different at night. Trying to carry pressure while still chasing the light. Every live stream feel like therapy sessions, helping people navigate pain and direction. No fake flexing, just honest reflections. Travel stories mixed with life confessions. The beauty and struggle of the global economy, trying to elevate beyond survival mentally. If you ever felt lost, if you ever needed change, if you ever question life, this journey might feel the same. Follow the journey. Across the world we roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Trying to build through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth. The Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey. No filters, no pretending. Follow the journey. Real stories, never ending. Travel, culture, relationships, reinvention. The Black Cleaner. Follow the journey.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Real Talk with Nate, the Black Cleaner. Tonight's conversation isn't about hate. It isn't about division. And it isn't about telling anyone they don't belong. Tonight is about history. One of the biggest problems I see today is that people are trying to have conversations about foundational Black Americans without first understanding the journey that got us here. People ask, why are FBA becoming so assertive? Why are they drawing lines? Why are they talking about lineage, reparations, and identity? My question is, did you study the receipts? Did you study slavery? Did you study Reconstruction? Did you study the closing of the Freedmen's Bureau? Did you study the collapse of the Freedmen's Savings Bank? Did you study Wilmington, Tulsa, Rosewood, Forsyth County, redlining, Jim Crow, the GI Bill, mass incarceration? Or are you looking at Black America in 2026 without understanding what happened between 1619 and today? Because if you skip the history, you'll misunderstand the response. When someone has been told to be quiet for generations, the first time they speak with confidence sounds loud. When someone stops accepting being defined by other people, they suddenly get called divisive. But there's a difference between being passive, being assertive, and being aggressive. Passive says, I'll stay quiet so everyone else is comfortable. Aggressive says, I'm going to attack everyone who disagrees with me. Assertive says, this is my history, this is my lineage, this is my claim, and I have the right to define it. That's what tonight is about. We're going to walk through the timeline, from slavery, through Reconstruction, through the destruction of prosperous Black communities, through the Civil Rights era, all the way to today's conversation about reparations. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, my challenge is simple. Bring your facts, bring your history, bring your receipts. Because tonight, we're not arguing emotions, we're examining the historical record. Welcome to Real Talk with Nate. Let's get into it.
Good evening, everybody. How's everything going? Happy Monday. It is I, the Black Cleaner, and the Black Cleaner presents Real Talk with Nate. And I'm here with my co-host.
Cool King in the building. Another week down.
Happy Monday.
Yes, another week down, another Monday up. Let's go.
How was your weekend?
You already know. I don't do much, so.
I hear you. Oh man, we had another relative pass, man.
I know.
Rest in peace, cousin Shanita.
Right,
She
all
fought
right.
a good fight. Man, Shanita, you know, that family over there, they was always coming around. I remember Shanita, you know, she called me one day because she was hanging out she was old enough now to finally be able to come to the skating rink to hang out. And so, you know, she was there with her friends, and she gonna call me one day and be like, yo, talking about, you know, my boy. I always thought, I've mentioned my boy the last time. Short Puerto Rican dude, blind in one eye. So she gonna call me on the phone one day and be like, can I have your friend's phone number?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, little girl, you better get out of here.
Right.
Don't be calling me looking for my friend's numbers. What's wrong with you? But yeah, she grown up. Ah man, beautiful woman, played ball because she was real tall. Then she go to the West Coast to go to school.
You know better than me.
Yeah, and then, you know, she came home, she went to work, she had, you know, a beautiful family over there. She survived by her, she got 2 sons and a little girl, and man. And she passed away around the same age my mom's passed away, man. So that really hurt me to hear that she passed away. But
So, you know,
rest in
what
powers to
happened?
cousin Shanita. No, I was just, you know, saying that, you know, she passed away, you know, around the same age my mom's passed away, which is around
Well,
44.
what happened to Shanita Taylor? I don't know actually what happened.
Cancer. She, you know, she was fighting cancer. She fought the good fight, and cancer, you know, finally took her. That's really what happened. But and I don't know what's going on with Boston, because there's a lot of people that's passing away from cancer. I mean, I was thinking it's because of us being so close to the airport and the radiation, but it's more than that. we need to actually, do some research to see what's going on, with the environment over there, because a lot of the women over there is getting breast cancer and all of these things. So, but moving forward, we're gonna be talking about reparations. I mean, not reparations. It's the fourth Monday of the month, and I try to be organized with my shows. Like the first Monday of every month, what I try to do is we have Money Mindset Monday. So, I always try to talk about finances. The second Monday of the month, I usually try to talk about relationships. So we have Messy Love Mondays. The third Monday of the month, we talk about family issues. And the fourth Monday of the month, we talk about race. So this is Black Fatigue Monday. So we're talking about race this Monday. And what's going on and what's trending out there right now is, the beef that's going on with the diaspora, And the reason that I wanted to have, a panel of other people. I got Ryan on here. Hold on, Ryan, before I let you say something. But I wanted to have, a full panel because we're in the travel space. And in the travel space, when you're traveling, you're seeing brothers from all over. You're seeing your Haitians, you're seeing, some Africans, you're seeing Jamaicans, you're seeing people from Trinidad and, Canada and all over these places. And we all get together because we're in a brotherhood. But people are trying to understand what the heck is going on between the foundational Black Americans and what's going on with everything else. Because I was talking to one person, and you saw what happened last week between Magnesia and KB on the channel, where Magnesia hit him with a troll hit, and then all of a sudden we just blew up into this whole race relation conversation. And I was saying, well, since this has been the trending topic, we want to get into it to find out, why is, it's like a Kendrick Lamar versus Drake type of conversation where, we're going at each other's heads. So, let's peel back the layers. So I brought, of course, I already showed my receipts on the thumbnail where you see, my great-grandparents, my great-great-grandfather. His name was Dawson Rivers. He was born in 1834. And as you can see, he was a slave. And also, if you look at his picture, he's very fair-skinned. He's very light-skinned. He could actually pass for white. So what does that tell you? Him being born in 1834 and him being, very fair-skinned, there was some poking going on in the hen house. So his daddy is definitely going to be the massa. And then, of course, my great-grandmother, was his daughter. And she was born in 1876. So she was born after slavery and Reconstruction. So when, they was promising everybody the 40 acres and a mule, she was supposed to be received that along with her grandfather because he died in 1924. But what happened was once they, what's it called? The new president, after, Lincoln got assassinated and they had the new president come up in there. I think his name is Mr. Hayes, President Hayes. He took the troops out of the South, and all of a sudden the South rose again and took back all of the land that was promised to these people who endured slavery. And then, of course, you have my grandfather who was born in 1905, and that was during the whole Jim Crow generation. We call that the greatest generation. My grandmother was also born around that time as well. On my mother's side, Gladys Anderson, that's actually Keem and I's, well, it's Keem's great-grandmother, it's my grandmother. And y'all are saying, well, y'all are cousins, how the heck is it his great-grandmother and your grandmother? Well,
right.
Great question. My
Great
grandmother had a daughter, okay, the second born, which is Keem's grandmother, okay? and my mother was the 5th born, which is Keem's grandmother's sister. So that's how it happens. We come from the same lineage, but of course, he comes from the second oldest branch, and I come from the 5th oldest branch. And then, of course, on my father's side, we'll continue down the line. My father was born in 1929, which is, of course, the civil rights generation. Okay, and we went through all of the civil rights era, the redlining and all of that. And then, of course, you go down to me and Keem, we are Gen Xers. We was born in the disco era and the dawn of crack and the crime bill in the 90s and, and redlining and all of that was going on during our generation. So we are foundational Black Americans. And, us being from Boston, we lived around a lot of Jamaicans and Haitians, and we went to school with them. We grew up with them. Everything has never been a problem between us and, our cousins, as I will say. So what was the issue? Why are we beefing now? The answer is, everything was fine until we started, fighting for reparations. That's really what happened. And then everybody was thinking that we wasn't going to get reparations. So they like, give it up. Y'all need to stop trying to fight for reparations. But as Black folks, we ain't giving up ish. You did that to great-great-granddaddy. You raped his mama. So now we ain't forget that. You didn't tell the Jews to forget. You ain't tell the Chinese and the Japanese to forget. Matter of fact, you paid them. So, cut the check. But then once people started seeing that, it's actually probably going to happen, because they're now starting to table the whole reparations argument, and people are starting to, different states are starting to, put a bill forward to actually put forth reparations in their state. Now, all of a sudden, you got people, either one that are fighting on the side of the oppressor as the proxy, and then you have the people who want to align because they want to be able to benefit from the reparations if we do get them. And we're saying, okay, well, this is for us. You all had an oppressor in your countries. Y'all need to do what we did. Don't be over here trying to, tether on to us or latch on to what we're getting. We didn't say nothing. When in the civil rights era, when they signed that civil rights bill, and they was only trying to allow white immigrants over to the United States, we didn't say nothing. No, we said, hey, what about our brothers from Africa? What about our brothers from Haiti? What about our brothers from Jamaica and all of the West Indians? If you want to let, the Russians and the Ukrainians and all of them come over, you need to let our brothers and sisters from these islands come over as well, because they're suffering as well. And then they started letting you all in, and we thinking, oh, great, there's power in numbers. We definitely would love to have y'all over here because we need the help. But what happened was they started letting some of the as we say, when they freed the slaves, they did free the house niggas and the coons too. So when they allowed some of the islanders and the Africans to come over, they let some of your African coons come over too. And we ain't got no beef with the ones who's about the movement and about the cause. We got beef with the coons, just like we have the beef with the coons that are here. When you over here trying to align yourself with massa and you telling, Black people to give it up or whatever, we like, yo, who is you? Oh, you cooning? Oh, you aligning yourself with white daddy? All right. Then we check you. So it's the same argument that's going on. But what happens is the waters get muddy during that time. But I needed to have somebody online to be able to pose a different perspective and a point of view. So that's why I ended up inviting Ryan from Vacation Time with Ryan to come on. What's going on, family? How's everything?
Hey, what's good, gentlemen? How's it going? Salute, Black Cleaner, and salute to the other brother. I'm sorry, I can't see your name very well, but salute to you too.
Cool Keem. That's my cousin.
Cool Keem. Okay. Salute to Keem. Salute
to you, brother.
So how's it over there in you still in Florida, working all them jobs like the head lease?
Yeah. It's been hot, man. It's been hot. It's been crazy in Florida, man. Today was raining, so it wasn't so bad, but it's been piping hot out here, man.
Oh.
But it's
Did
all
you
good though.
complete your move yet?
I did.
Okay,
Yeah,
congratulations.
appreciate that. Yeah, I got it done this weekend. Got that out the way, so it's
Got
all
tired of
good.
that girl banging on your door at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'm
Right? I was like, shit, I ain't got to deal with her no more. Yeah,
this is my house.
yeah, I'm closer to the airport, so I feel like one step closer to really just traveling more. You know, I'm close to the airport. Hey, one thing I sorry to change the subject, but Prime was telling me like he was trying to get in, but the link was like giving him a hard time. So he was telling me to let you know.
Okay, well let me see if I can well let me drop the link in here. Maybe he'll be able to get in on that way, versus
Right.
me trying to just give it directly to him.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. So, what do you think about everything that's going on? Have you been, looking at the beef? Everybody's talking about, Godfrey and all of these the diaspora, arguing over this whole tether and reparations argument. What do you feel about it?
So as far as like them talking about reparations, so what exactly have they been arguing, or are you just talking about like the FBA stuff?
Yeah, the whole FBA stuff. I'm gonna put some videos so that y'all could take a look at it and tell me what y'all think about it. Maybe I should do that first. What do you think?
Yeah, why not? Sure, why not? That way I have something to bounce off of.
All right, hold on. Let me bring
Right,
this
you the
to
host,
the stage.
brother. You calling the shots right now, Black Cleaner.
Say it again.
I said, you the host, baby, bro.
All right.
Nice.
Reparations isn't just about slavery. It's about the century of ongoing extractions from our communities. And, it's quite frustrating, especially seeing, folks talk online as if the suffering that Black people did was so long ago. It wasn't. It is still happening to this day. We literally have Black folks in American jails right now that are doing slave labor. Go to Anguilla. I've been there. They have literally prison guards on horses as folks are in the are on the cotton field, like are literally picking cotton, right? Are playing slave games, and they're running away from bulls in order to get more time with their family. This is America in every way.
Yeah, preach. And what's frustrating is it's not just that Black people have had wealth and labor and resources and opportunity extracted from us, but it's also that at the same time that was happening to us, others were having that wealth and opportunity injected into their communities. There was like the Homestead Act, where while Black people are fighting for 40 acres and a mule, white people are being given stolen native land, like as if like thrown out of t-shirt cannons, as I write in Rooted. And so it's really frustrating to kind of hear that narrative of, well, I wasn't alive, especially when I went to Yale. Man, it was wild to realize like, oh, there are endowments that have been around since my ancestors were property. There are portfolios and investments that have been compounding interest all of this time while we have been scrounging for scraps.
What would reparations for slavery and Jim Crow look like in America 159 years after the promise of 40 acres and a mule was broken? Some activists point to potential models like the Civil Rights Act of 1988, which provided $20,000 and a presidential apology to Japanese Americans who were wrongfully interned during World War II, and the more than $90 billion that Germany has paid to survivors of Nazi persecution since 1945. In 1993, Florida provided $150,000 lump sum payments to the survivors of the Rose Rosewood Massacre, a 1923 race riot in which state officials allowed a mob of white Floridians to burn a thriving black community to the ground. And last year, Evanston, Illinois made history by approving payments for $25,000 to survivors of city-sponsored housing discrimination. While most activists agree that it will take more than money to atone for and repair the complex harms of slavery and white supremacy, these efforts carry heavy symbolic weight for black communities and may help build momentum towards closing the racial wealth gap.
Okay, so that's pretty much where the whole thing started. It started when we were arguing for that. Okay, so what's your opinion on that? Are we back on the screen?
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it basically saying, like, do I think black people deserve reparations?
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't really think there is black people that don't agree that black people should get reparations, because from my understanding, there has been reparations given out to other races. So why not black people?
What would reparations for slavery and Jim Crow look?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just saying, from my understanding, there were other cultures that got reparations already, correct?
Yeah.
So,
Reparations isn't just about slavery. It's about the century of ongoing extractions.
Go ahead.
yeah, so from my understanding, other people have gotten reparations before, so why not black people? Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think it'll ever happen. But if I had a vote, then of course I would love to see black people get reparations. Absolutely. Why not? Because long story short, on my end, even just growing up in South Florida, I've experienced and seen many black people at disadvantages. But even though I'm not one of those people that like kind of like walk around and be like, oh, my life is harder than yours. Like, I don't do that. I've never really say that. I don't really acknowledge it, but I've seen it. I've lived it. I've been profiled. I've been ran down by police numerous times. I ran out of count how many times I had guns drawn on me just for being black by police officers. So I see the disadvantages. I see the disadvantages. There's no land. There's no. Typically, the people in the neighborhoods, the black people, typically grew up without a father. There's no property passed down to them. I know plenty of YT, if you will, guys that receive land from a great grandfather or grandfather worth over $1 million. Oh, they got a land in Georgia. They got a land up the road somewhere down south from a grandfather passed down worth over $1 million. Like stuff like that. Like I just don't ever hear none of my homies having that experience, really. Very, very rarely do you see black people have that. And it's a common thing. I know a few people that's received plenty, passed down. And I think it just traces back to the ancestors and how back in the days, black people really didn't have anything to pass down. So, some reparations would be nice to kind of level the playing field so people could kind of focus on what they want to do as a career, as opposed to trying to work 2 jobs while they're in college versus, somebody with a more privileged background could just focus on what they want to do in their career and not putting food on the table. You see what I'm saying?
Excellent. I like your perspective. What says you, Prime? Welcome to this panel, Prime. Hold on, Carl B. We're gonna let you speak in a second. Prime, you there?
Y'all still there?
Yep. You just muted yourself, but you did unmute. You gotta unmute yourself again. See if I can help you.
Okay, y'all can hear me now, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome to the stage. How you doing? You're unmuted, but we can't hear you now. You sound very low. All right, while Prime is getting his volume together, I guess we'll go on to hold on one second. Oh, hold on. Prime came on his other. Let me add him to the stage. All right. What's going on?
Yo, what's up, Black Kina? What's up, Keen? What's up, Ryan? What's up, Carl B?
What's up, man?
What's going on?
So we're getting into the proceedings early. So what is your opinion on what you just saw?
Yeah, I definitely agree that they should get reparations. Black people should, definitely. The Black Americans should definitely get reparations. I'm in agreement with that. Now, like Ryan said, are they ever going to get it? I don't want to say never, but it don't look like we close to that. But now, my argument is, it is unfair because I read that the Japanese, they got a little bit of reparations. Remember when they had the Japanese internment camps in California?
Yep.
They got paid for that. They got compensated for that. I don't know how deep you guys could dig into that, but I did read that they got $20,000 each. I don't remember exactly what it was, but at that time, that was a substantial amount of money.
Exactly.
So, I do think that Black Americans should get reparations. Now, this FBA thing, I don't know enough about it yet because I don't know exactly what their stance is. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, we're gonna get into some of that right now. Let me play one of the videos. Let me put it back on the screen. Hold on one second.
Let's go, people. Pull up to the panel if you want to be heard. You want to talk about some shit. Let's go.
Oh Lord, hold on.
Y'all didn't hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hold on. We're just trying to play this video real quick. But yeah, we definitely heard you. But you was asking about the FBA and the whole argument and all of that. Basically, what it is this. Hold on. Let me go here first.
And Jamaicans invented hip hop.
This whole hip hop shit was birthed from Jamaica. Like Kool Herc is a Jamaican nigga. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The whole concept of having big ass speakers stockpiled on top of each other and playing loud ass music outside, that come from Jamaica. That's dancehall culture. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So Kool Herc brought dancehall culture to the US and gave birth to hip hop culture. The only thing that changed was the type of music that was played and how it was played. But the concept is the same.
It's worse for me. I had a Cuban father.
Oh, he didn't understand you at all.
On the table, he definitely looking at. Now he was telling me the plain truth. He's like, "You're not going to make it. Have you seen any Spanish guys make it in this shit? You're done." And I'm from the soil, the Bronx. And my father actually saw hip hop born. He was like, "There's no other Spanish people doing this, Papi. Like, you have no chance." And I'm in the kitchen writing on the table. But then they become my biggest fan.
But if it was ever 50-50, where are all the Puerto Ricans now in hip hop? You could barely name 5 Puerto Ricans that were big in hip hop. What, Pun, Fat Joe, Cardi B, Pitbull, who else we naming? Then I said big. Now we're gonna start naming just people that are Puerto Rican. Shout out to the Beatnuts. You know what I mean? Shout out to the early, Whip a Whip, Ruby D. That's still like 7 people. What, Chino XL? That's 8.
and the history of how it
Latinos and blacks
started.
created hip hop. If you go to Wild Style, the first hip hop movie, you will see the Cold Crush Brothers. Their DJ was Charlie Chase, Puerto Rican. And you'll go to the battle that they had with Romantic, which was the first Puerto Rican MC. Ruby D was in there with the fantastic Romantic. You cannot eliminate the Latinos' contribution to hip hop. When you talk about breakdancing, we talk about Rocksteady and Crazy Legs. When you talk about graffiti, like it's every element of hip hop. It was 50-50, bro.
Why do you guys hate on Tether so much?
Okay, let me answer his question. Again, this question is always rooted in bad faith. A tether, again, is an action term. A tether is someone who looks like us. And a lot of it comes from the movie Us, where you have this group or this family who looks like the original family. But the whole time they're working to undermine the original inhabitants and replace them. That's what a tether is. Why in the world would we like tethers?
So tell me, brother, you think Black Americans are not owed reparations?
No, hell no. Y'all not in cages anymore.
So you think just because we're not in cages, so you think freedom was our reparations?
Yeah, y'all free. Y'all should be.
When do we become free, sir? Here.
Isn't that
because here's what a lot of you immigrants don't know. Because I know you don't know the answer. That's why I know. Here's what a lot of immigrants don't know. We're not just owed because of chattel slavery. We're owed even what happened after slavery. So Jim Crow, redlining, segregation, the burning of Black Wall Street. Now we're talking about
I said the things I went through right in the past. Everything changed now because I got more opportunities. I got more things in front of you. I got more things on the table.
Can you read me a definition of when reparations expire? What is the limitation? Everything has things should have a limitation to what you're saying. So what is the limitation of reparations?
The limitation of reparations.
Yeah, when does reparations expire? When does it go bad?
When you get what you want.
Have we got what we want? That's all.
The system got better. That's your reparation.
The system got better in hiding racism. It used to be up front. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be here right now. You know that, right?
You said you're from Haiti, right? And just like our other friends that spoke before, does it boil your blood to hear people talk negatively about this country?
I'm straight up. Life hits so good. That's why you take it for granted, because privilege is invisible for those who have it. So wake up every day, your fridge have food and everything. You have electricity. You can go to school. Where I come from, I didn't have that chance. I have to work like 15 miles every day to go to school to know how to read. But you have PlayStation and Xbox, but you are complaining every day, and you are BLM, you are Antifa and all that BS. So, I mean, what is your take on that?
And so this goes back to my opening remarks, which is you've lived a tough life and now you have it better. Every day you wake up thankful. And that is the core bedrock, isn't it? That's the difference. Is that people that are not thankful to live in this country, they scoff at this. They say, human suffering is my Netflix not loading fast enough. My Uber Eats not getting there in time. You know what difficulty is.
And the last one, and then I'll get to the conversation. Hold on, it's loading.
We gotta bring it up and we gotta show it in real time. Let's listen.
He's somebody with culture. I'm sorry.
Whatever. You Americans, just y'all non-cultured ass. Y'all don't even say nothing. Go eat. Dirty Black American?
Wait, what?
Huh? I did. A dirty Black American. I sure did.
These are Haitian women talking about Black American citizens, by the way.
Because that's what y'all are.
My flag. I don't like this. Like, why are you telling me I have to do this because I'm Black when it's been already pointed out that I'm Haitian? Why do I now have to submit to this idea of being Black? That makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's what you don't get. A lot of people are.
Remember, when people say, why do FBAs delineate? Why do y'all keep bringing up that other people say they're not Black? When people say, we keep saying the delineation word, and I don't understand why the energy is felt that way, bring receipts.
Black Americans came here on a slave boat for slavery in America. You know, when you Black back on that slave boat to Africa and go look for which country in Africa you came from.
Growing up, being raised to be very proud of being Haitian American, there was also for me, as there were for many other Caribbean people or just any other, I would say, immigrant individuals from immigrant populations, this, again, what I talked about, the racial distancing, don't be like the Black Americans.
I do have this conversation a lot with Africans or even just Caribbean people who will often look down on Black Americans. Number one, they will say they lazy, they ghetto. I've heard African parents tell their kids not to date African American men, not to marry them, things of that nature. What are some negative stereotypes y'all heard about Black Americans from your parents, from your friends?
You literally said it all.
Yeah. That's it?
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Like my mom would tell me not to marry an African American.
Right.
She says it all the time.
Even when I hear like African parents say that, it very much sounds like the same rhetoric that a white person would tell their kids. Like, don't marry that Black guy, like he's ratchet, they ghetto. It's crazy to hear other Black people have that type of rhetoric towards each other.
You're not Trinidad.
All right, so we'll stop it there. So that's really what's going on is, as they say, we Americans do not know what the American military is doing in other countries in our name to represent us. Because a lot of times, they're going over there and they're doing what they did in Venezuela. They ousting, and ousting presidents. And then they go over to the Middle East and then they assassinate a president and we don't know anything about it. So it's the same thing what goes on with a lot of the West Indians and Africans that come over. When we're over here and we're actually coming together to, actually have meetings and fight for the reparations, what happens is you have some people who actually come into our space and start undermining what it is that we're trying to do or latch on to what it is that we're trying to do. So it's like, and also they look like us, they're speaking perfect English like us. It's a lot of times we can't even tell if this person is an American because they might have been born in America or, their family came when they were an early age. So they are, as he said, cosplaying like an American, and then they're trying to, take the train off the track or derail the train. And we're like, who sent you? So that's why what happens now is we started to delineate to see, okay, well, all the people who's for reparations, raise your hand and want to fight for it. And that's what we do. We raise our hand and say, yeah, we down for it. All right, all of the naysayers, and they looking around and we all looking at, we looking at you. And now we start checking paperwork and we starting to see, okay, more of the people who are basically saying you ain't gonna get it, or if you do get it, we want some too, is usually the people who are not foundational Black Americans. So we're like, okay, well, we're gonna do this thing over here, and if we get it, then you'll be able to get the blueprint to do it where you all grew up at or where your family's from, because okay, we're petitioning our president or we're petitioning our administration to give reparations to the Black people who went through chattel slavery. Haitians went through slavery just like us. Well, you need to petition France because they owe you. Jamaicans went through chattel slavery. You need to petition England. And actually, that's what Jamaicans are doing now. They have a thing that's called a CARICON, where they're actually have an organization that's going to, that's coming together to petition, England for reparations. And guess what? You don't see any Americans, entering in their arguments talking about y'all don't deserve it. We're over here, applauding it. Good for y'all. Y'all, that's how you're supposed to do it. So, but the problem is the coons, and all that's all a tether is. A tether, as he said, is just a foreign coon. We call our domestic, Judases, domestic sellouts, we call them coons. A tether is, someone who is a sellout or a Judas, but they ain't from here. So we just call them tethers. So an immigrant is a tether, but all tethers, how did I say it? A tether is an immigrant, but not all immigrants are tethers. Wow. So with that being said, I'll let KB, because he's the only one that hasn't said anything yet. and then we'll go around again and hear what you all have to say. KB still on here? Looked like he fell off. All right, so what do you all have to say about it? I'll let Ryan go first.
All right, so I got something. Sorry, I'm clear?
Yeah, you're clear.
Yeah, no, I got something to say. So here's my thing, right? So if you were born in the United States, you are American, right? Do we agree on that? Or are we saying, well, if your parents weren't born here, then you're not from the United States? Like, because here's my thing. If we're gonna go by where, we're not gonna go by where you were born, we're gonna go by where your parents or your grandparents were born. Let's say my grandparents are Chinese and I looked Chinese, so everyone would say, well, you're Chinese, I don't care where you were born, right? If we're gonna trace our ancestors back, what if we all trace back like we were all brought to different countries from Africa, right? Then wouldn't that just mean we all African? Like, why are we picking and choosing like, oh, well, he was born here, but that don't count because he Chinese descent, and he was born here, but he don't count because his parents Jamaican, his parents Haitian, his parents Bahamian. Like, but what if you go all the way back and we all came from Africa, and then, you know, my family got dropped off in Jamaica, his family got dropped off in Haiti, her family got dropped off somewhere else, then we all African. Like, am I saying something wrong here?
Yes. Because remember, you got to look at the law of money, which is the law of energy. The law of money means that it's not created nor destroyed, but transferred from one place to another. Okay. So what we're saying is, okay, the whole, and that's where the whole beef of reparations happened, was because the white people kept on using the excuse, well, if we gave you all reparations, then we're going to have to give everybody reparations, and we don't have enough money to give everybody reparations. So it's like, all right, no problem. We got an answer to that. Just like you gave those, 500,000 Japanese reparations for the internment camps that you did to them. Okay, well, you enslaved my great grandfather. Okay, so my family is entitled to something. King's family is entitled to something because they're the ones that actually went through the atrocity of chattel slavery in America. So you owe us. Yes, Ryan, his family is owed something, but who's going to pay Ryan? Okay, because Ryan was not enslaved. His family was not enslaved in America, on American soil. His family was enslaved on Jamaican soil. So who owes Ryan's family? Queen Elizabeth owes Ryan's family, not our president. And the same thing with Prime. Okay, Prime, his family was enslaved on Haitian soil. So who owes Prime's family? The French. Y'all need to be petitioning the French. Like, yo, y'all owe us. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what we're saying. We're saying, okay, the money has to come from somewhere. Our source is America, because it was America where we got dropped off, where our family got dropped off at and was forced to work. Now, if you want to, take it even further, okay, back to the slave ships. Okay, well, which slave ship company picked us up? Well, then that's the source we need to be going to as well. The Dutch East Indian Company. We need to be going to them and like, yo, you the one that picked up my ancestor and brought me over here. But can I prove that? Do I have the paperwork to show that I was actually on the bill of lading, what they call the manifest on that ship? A lot of times you're not going to have that manifest, but you do have the manifest on, on the census that show, like as I just showed you, with my great grandfather. Okay, he was on the 1830 census. He was born in 1834. He was a slave at the Rivers plantation. Doc Rivers, you know, Joan Rivers' family, I'm just making stuff up, but, you know, they were the ones that enslaved them. So guess who owes us money? The Rivers family. And the government that backed the Rivers family.
It's not gonna happen, dog. I'm sorry. It's not.
But it
It's
is
too much.
happening. I mean, you're starting to, hold on. Let me go back and start showing some of these videos where you're actually starting to see it's actually happening in some states. But go ahead, Prime. I'll let you say something while I'm looking for the video.
All right. Look, like I said earlier, reparations, I get it. But this whole tether crap, like, I think it's stupid, right? Like, I get, you know, FBAs that, you know, they this is home. This is it for them. They're like, this is home. We were here first. Nobody else, no other black, foreign black people should talk about what we got going on. But this kind of negates all the stuff that Black Americans used to say from the jump, like, oh, we all together, we all black people, we need to fight this thing together, we need to be together. And it's kind of like, I don't know, man. It's just, I understand the reparations part, but this other stuff don't make sense to me at all. Like the guy that jumped on your panel the other day, Ryan, like, it's divisive to me. It's divisive because one minute black people want to be like, oh, UNITY, and the next minute, oh, but you're not Black American, so you shouldn't be speaking on this, right? You're not Black American, so this is my people. I'm about my black people. So now we're being divisive again, and this is what they want.
Yep.
This is what they want.
Yep.
And now look what happened. This FBA thing has gone out of control. You know what I'm saying?
Man, YT people are sitting back, smiling at the top, like, yes, let them keep fighting while we just stay up here, like, laughing at them. Like,
yeah, bro.
It's crazy.
Well, actually, what I think is they probably sent some of these people to come into the, because remember, we're the ones who started roasting people who came into our circles who was being undermining, but we did not, as you said, we were the ones that was being invitational. It was when they started bringing these agents started coming in and started, you know, putting stuff in the soup that's messing everything up. Now we're like, oh, hold up, that's not what we want. You see what I'm saying? And then that's what started the whole, like what you're talking about, the whole fight right now. It's a similar thing that, and the reason that I wanted to do this because it's the similar thing that's what's going on in the black travel space. Okay, who started we already know that black people been traveling since, you know, the beginning of time, but the person who actually started the whole passport bro movement was Aaron Ferris, okay, who was also in the FBA, you know, born and raised in Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? So, but then, you know, it started off as a positive thing, you know, black people and, you know, people all leaving America or leaving what we call the matrix in search of better lives and better relationships. But then what happens? Other people come up in there, the passport pookies and what have you, and they mess up the church's money. You know what I'm saying? As a shout out to Bernie Mac, it done messed up the church's money.
Man,
and now you done made it a negative thing. So that's really what's going on with this whole reparations movement is, you know, these people came up in there and they're starting to mess up the plight. And all we're saying is, hey, who asked you to, you know, if you don't believe that we're not going to get it, step aside, step to the rear, shut up, and let us fight the good fight. That's it.
Man, black Americans, bro, like they got short-term memory and long-term memory when it benefits them, man. At one moment, it's like, oh, like in that video we saw where the dude was like, oh yeah, you know, a lot of foreign black people like Africans and stuff. Oh, don't date the black American man, don't date a black American woman. Yes, I've heard that too. But let's not forget, when I was coming up and people before me, we was African booty scratchers and shit. When we was coming to school, all the American dudes was making fun of all the African, Jamaican, Haitian kids, whatever. You African booty scratcher because your last name isn't Johnson, your last name's Umbutu or whatever, and they make it fun.
Nigga said Umbutu.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead, Prime. Sorry.
My bad, I got cut off. But yeah. So that's kind of what was happening. So it's like, I ain't trying to hear that shit, bro. Like, it's like, it's both now. It's like now it's cool now to say to be the victim on the other side. But I remember like Africans even older than me were like, yo, like black Americans made fun of us. They made fun of our clothes and dashikis until Queen Latifah put that shit on her head, and all of a sudden it was UNITY. And then after that, people forgot about that.
You can't really claim that because I was called an African booty scratcher. That was just something that.
FDA. Yeah, I was called that too. African bush boogie, black and crispy. That was just, you know, something that we would always say, roast.
Nah, but you know, I think you know what he's trying to say though. Even if you were called that, I think you know what he tried. Island people, like there was a certain type of like roast that people had for island people, even black people.
Yeah, it wasn't just island people; it was melanin people. Period, bro.
No, I'm saying like, I guess it depends where you grew up. I know in South Florida, black people would definitely be roasting like island people, like for sure. Like to a point where people would like act like they weren't from the islands, and like some people would literally lie and just be like, "Yeah, I'm American." Like, fuck it, I ain't trying to get roasted. Like,
well, being up north, you know, Boston, New York. We had the people like me and Keem whose family came from the South, you know, during the Great Migration. But during the 80s, okay, that's when a lot of the immigrants started coming in. And where did they come? They came into our neighborhoods. So, you know, I went to a Seventh-day Adventist school, you know, from first grade all the way up to sixth grade. Okay. So if anybody who knows about Seventh-day Adventists, you all know that's West Indian all the way. All my friends was either Haitian, Jamaican, from Barbados, Trinidad. So that was all around me. I think there was 26 people in my class, and probably 5 of them were foundational Black Americans. So we have always lived amongst each other in harmony. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But at the same time too, yeah, we did roast y'all, and y'all roasted us back, you know. And then just like to what Prime was saying, you know, there did come a time when especially in Boston and New York, when everybody wanted to be Jamaican, you know what I'm saying, because reggae was big. We used to love going to the soca parties, and we loved when the West Indian Festival would come, you know, at the end of the year. You know what I'm saying? It's about to come, you know, at the around Labor Day in Boston now, and everybody can't wait for that, because you know, those were, you know, that was the best times to be able to go out and hang out with your friends and be able to go wine and stay up and, you know, experience Juve and all of these different experiences, and eating, you know, limbo patties. That's my favorite, you know what I'm saying? But my point is, we all lived together in harmony, and we didn't, I mean, yeah, we would roast you all, but when it came to you all as a plight, fighting for something, we always would stand in solidarity, because we all knew, okay, we're not going to let anybody oppress us. If, especially, you know, as we say, if there's an oppression or white supremacy is going after you all, just like you said, you got stopped by the police and you've been a victim of profile and all of that, that's where we're always going to be like, yo, you ain't going to do that to our brother. it's the problem is not in like with anything. We're crisis-oriented people. We can always come together in a crisis. But when it comes to, building something together, that's when we start to, have these problems and these differences. As you said, the whole separation and all of that.
So
go ahead.
My bad, Black. I was just gonna say, so where was FBA at 10 years ago? Where was it at 20 years ago? Where was it when you was a teenager? Where was FBA at? Where was that at? Because what I remember was there was different types of black groups, right? You had the 5%ers, you had the Nubians, Nubians, you had those groups, but those were more leaning towards Pan-Africanism, I guess you could say. You could correct me if I'm wrong. But this,
with the exception of the Nation of Islam, but yeah, go ahead.
The Nation of Islam. I didn't like this FBA thing. I guess it's a new term. It's a new thing.
Yes, it is a new thing.
You think Tyreek and Sheik for that?
Yeah,
but it was a legal play. You know what I'm saying? In order to, because as we said, the big question or the big excuse that the government would always say is like what you keep saying, we're not going to get reparations. Why? Because if we got to give reparations to you all, then we're going to have to give it to everybody. All right. So we have to find ways in order to be able to make it legally acceptable. That's number one, because we're fighting the system, okay, and trying to get the system to give us what we're owed, but we have to fight them with the weapons that is given us. Okay, so that's where the whole term FBA came from, because just and I can show some other videos, but okay, at first we was African Americans, right? And we was fighting for reparations as African Americans. And then guess who shows up and says, well, I'm an African American. Should I get reparations? Does anybody know?
Who that?
Elon Musk.
That's funny.
So it's like, oh, okay. So y'all going, so we already, because what happened was when the civil rights movement happened, okay, and they signed the civil rights bill and they started giving, and then, affirmative action came, okay. What happened was everybody except the people who the affirmative action was meant for was able to benefit off of it. It went to the minority immigrants and the women. That's where the people who was first in line in order to get it. We wasn't able to benefit off of it at all. So then when they, got rid of affirmative action and DEI, we was like, okay, well, we wasn't getting nothing out of it anyway. So who cares? So then, they would do all of these symbolic gestures, naming parks after people, naming days after people. Oh yeah, Martin Luther King finally gets a holiday and all of that. We're like, oh, okay, yeah, we happy about that. Oh, you got your first black president. Oh yeah. So that's what was going on to answer your question, Prime. What was going on 10 years ago or 20 years ago? They was doing all of these symbolic gestures to shut us up. And what we started to realize, especially after the Obama administration, us having a black president, that nothing changed. We're like, okay, well, we done had all of these things, ain't nothing changed. What's going on here? Oh, we ain't getting no tangibles. Everybody else is getting tangibles. Everybody getting, money, and they getting land, and they getting all of these things to be able to help them. All we're getting is days named after us and pardons and oh no, we ain't falling for the banana in the tailpipe no more. We want some tangibles too, just like you gave them small hat people, just like you gave them Asian people. We want the same thing that you gave them.
Right.
So go ahead.
So you think so first of all, do you think that they should go back to the segregation ways? Because you could argue, black people always say, especially black Americans say, things were better for black people when there was segregation because we had our own bus. Well, FBAs had their own bus lines. They had their own dentists, doctors, law firms. So would you say that things would be better for, I mean, because if you think about it, right? If people say that you guys are saying you guys are going to get it one day, but if people are saying that now you're not, then what is FBA going to do? Because I mean, if anything, it sounds like they wanted to go back to segregation, go back so you can just have your own stuff, your own economy.
Well, the key thing is the optimum verb is they. They is not responsible for doing none of that, because if we're relying on them, our open enemy, okay, to do right for us, then we already know, like you all just said, that isn't going to happen. We have to do for us. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, if we're gonna set up, if we're gonna segregate ourselves, because that's really what the ideology of the Nation of Islam is. It's like, self-sufficiency. Stop begging for master to do anything for you. You need to learn how to do for self. Accept thy own and be thyself. Because why would I want to go to a school where my enemy is teaching me? He ain't gonna teach me right. What happened with this whole, let's bring up the whole Nolan Wells situation. Okay. Here he is, his family's thinking that it would be great for him to be, aligned with white people and, be dealing with the rich white folks. And then he goes, off on a boat to an island with, 4 rich white kids. How did that turn out for him? You there with the fox. So no, you don't need, and our family and our histories, that would have never happened. I would have asked my mom, can I go over so-and-so's house? She'd have been like, who's so-and-so? As soon as she would have saw that situation, she'd have shut that down quickly. She'd be like, nope. Why I can't go over? Nope. End of discussion. You want to go over Ryan's house? Yeah, you can go over Ryan's house. Oh, you want to go over Keen's house? Yeah, you can go over Keen's house all day. You're not going over Jason and Jared and Brett's house. Sorry. I'm not leaving.
So you could, okay, Black Lynn, it's okay, cool. Like I get what you're saying, right? Now I'm gonna go hang out with the brothers, right? And I'm gonna go hang out with all the brothers, and I end up dead at the club. What's the difference? What's the difference?
At least
if I'm going to the club with all the brothers, I'm going to hang out around my people, and I end up dead at the club.
At least my brothers ain't gonna come home and try to cover it up. They're gonna let me know what happened. And also, I guarantee you, it wouldn't have been one of the brothers that I hung out with that was the assailant that actually did it. If I'm hanging out with Prime and Ryan, and Prime and Ryan came over and ate food and and been at my family's house, I don't think my family would be looking at them janky like, so what happened at the club that night? And thinking that you were the one that actually pulled the trigger.
Good point.
You got anything to say, Keem?
You don't agree, Ryan?
I don't know. I think the club situation, all I could think about was Takeoff. They say the dude that shot him was supposed to be with what the dude named? The Jay Prince dude.
Jay Prince and them.
Yeah. So how does that happen on their watch? And they supposed to all be in the same clique and connected in some way.
Like, Ryan, if you told a black person, yo, we about to go do this. We about to go to the park.
Yeah.
And let's just say it was with 3 white people they didn't know or 3 black people they didn't know. What do you think they gonna do, bro? What do you think they're
going with the white folks? I'll tell you that.
Honestly, in 2026, I would feel safer with the white people. If we're gonna go, all right. Look, I know. It sounds crazy. If two of my homies I met 3 months ago. Black homies. Hey, bro, we gonna go to so-and-so club on Las Olas. I'm a little tired, bro. I'll catch y'all next time. Other two homies I met 3 months ago, same length. White boys, party kids, drinking beer all night. Hey, we gonna go to so-and-so club over there and freaking do some moonwalk, Michael Jackson type shit. Cool, yeah, I'll pull up, whatever. Cause I don't think we finna be in no beef or no smoke or no fight. Like, I've been out with plenty ninjas where I step through the door and I'm fighting within 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I trust YT people more. It's just I know what comes with certain ninjas. You know what I'm saying? If I know you for 3 months, that's long enough to know your energy. And if I know you the type to be fighting in the club, I might go with the YT people who just want to get drunk and be stupid. Like,
King, what do you say to that?
Damn.
I mean, y'all could deny it, but I thought that was a pretty great example. I've been through it already. I literally been through it. I've been through to clubs many times where I've gotten in fights for no reason. Oh, they looking at us wrong. So what? Who cares?
Yeah, that happens in the club, bro, but I ain't never been that dude. I don't go out. I never went out to the club looking for drama. You do have certain niggas like that are built like that are just natural haters of everything in life.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not winning at nothing. They're not winning at even know how to pull up and be in that environment and even know how to go talk to a female.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I brought Keem up because Keem has actually been in that situation a couple of times where, I ain't gonna tell his story for him. He can tell his own story. But the thing is, what we're missing here is the content of the person's character who you're with. See, what happens a lot of times is, the YT person gets the automatic pass because they thinking he's safe because of just the color of his skin, regardless of the content of his character. You get what I'm saying? Like, okay, I'll give you your prime example. Okay, I'm not going to the club with Pookie and Ray Ray because, as you just said, I already know what's gonna go down with Pookie and Ray Ray as soon as they get that liquid courage in their hand. I tried my hardest not to even associate with Pookie and Ray Ray. But am I gonna go with Prime and Ryan? Yeah, because Prime and Ryan are stand-up gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? I've already hung out with Ryan. I already know how Ryan, gets down. He's cool. He does drink on occasion, but he's a peaceful person. I haven't hung out with Prime yet, but I mean, just based on his demeanor, I can see that, he's a person that is not about drama. He's about business. Okay. These people over here, you know what I'm saying, that are the YT people. Yeah, I might pull up on them and hang out with them for a second. But, well, me personally, I cannot be around, I don't drink, I don't smoke. And the music that I like is hip hop, R&B, reggae, pretty much black music. I cannot be in a club listening to Dwight Yoakam, Randy Travis, Green Day, I can't listen to it. I'll be up in there for about 10, 15 minutes and then I'm just going to, pay my respects and go about my business and go to the black club that I feel that is safe enough for me to be at. Because if it's one of those ratchet clubs, like one of those hood clubs, I'm not going to be there, but for only 15 minutes as well. So I guess that's also added to it as well. King, did you want to say anything on that? I mean, I keep coming back to you because I want to hear, I know you got your story to say on what happened with you in the leg situation.
What was the question again, cousin?
Your story about, you going out and hanging at the certain clubs and, you getting into altercations. Well, just tell your story.
Bro, I don't get in altercations.
Say it
I
again.
don't get into altercations when I'm
You
out
ain't
and
gotta get into
about.
all the details. I'm just saying, you can give a brief.
Nah. If you let me speak.
Okay, go ahead. I'll mute up.
I don't get into altercations because I'm not the troublemaker. But I am the finisher. So speaking on my situation, it was a night out. It was a dope night. Had hella fun. We in VIP. And when you're doing things at a level that somebody else is not, it's crazy because my own people will hate on our own people. And that shit just makes no sense to me, bro, because why? You gotta accept the level that you are capable of doing things at and just live with that and have fun and figure yourself out. You can't be side-eyeing and looking at how someone else is doing what they're doing and then you're sitting back hating. But yeah, just doing us, and we out and about one night. And me being me, I walked into a situation where I didn't even know what the whole argument was about or what even was going on, just because it was my people. When it's my people, I'm gonna show up and show out. Whether you're right or wrong in the moment, we'll figure it out later. But yeah, it was just a verbal disagreement that I walked into, and it just happened to be my people's. We go outside, club's over, end of the night. And it sucks because it wasn't even a situation that was heightened where I just feel like I need to go out to the car and grab a gun. But these next clown ass niggas did. And that's what happened. In the night, we go outside. After a little light argument in the club, a fight didn't break out. Nobody got harmed. Nobody got hurt. Just a verbal disagreement. End of the night, I ended up getting shot. I'm like, for what? Because you little niggas ain't got no heart. Damn, bro, you just went deep because, man, I made it that night, but my people didn't. So, you gotta give me a quick second, though. Yeah, the shit just makes no sense. How as minorities, we interact with each other. And that wasn't like a situation of celebration, but it was supposed to be a fun moment and not on some corny shit. My man lost his life on some corny shit. And I would never respect corny shit because I don't even know where you whack ass niggas came from. But then that's kind of my fault, and my people used to tell me all the time, like, yo, King, bro, you gotta start, watching your surroundings. Like, niggas be watching you, and niggas be hating on you. What the fuck? I'm not in the club to be watching niggas, bro. So how am I doing wrong? Like, that should be weird as fuck to me, dog. That somebody would have to be like, yo, pay attention. Yeah, I know that. I do that. But I'm not in the club to be watching niggas, bro. So why should I be doing that?
Now, let me ask you another question. How many
Go ahead,
of your the peeps that you was rolling with was FBA, and how many were, you know, Caribbean, because I know you always rolling with Pierre and all of them, so, or Cape Verdean cats. So how many of them during that time were from the soil, and how many were from the islands?
Bro, I've been around Haitians, Cape Verdeans for years. So one of my peoples is actually my brother from another mother. And it would be like type shit like, I'll be on your right side, you be on my left. We're gonna ride to the death type shit. Damn, nigga, why you put me on a spot tonight? I was like that.
Because we peeling back the layers, revealing this healing, family. This is what you wanted. This is what the show's about. But let me move on. I'm bringing to the stage Sick of the Lies. What's going on, family?
Man, I'm just nothing much. I'm hearing, listening to this man's story, man. Shit, life can change in the blink of an eye, brother. Over bullshit.
Facts. So what do you think about this whole, the whole diaspora debate and, the FBA versus the tether situation? And which side are you on? Which side are you claiming? What set you claiming? You claiming FBA? You claiming
I think that shit. I think it's corny. The whole FDA thing. Like that came around. I guess the whole big deal about it around the same time that Kevin Samuels mess came out, man. Like, to be honest, I think you are who you are. You are a product of your environment for the most part. No matter what, if you come from the trenches in doggone Haiti, or you come from the trenches in freaking Memphis, Tennessee, or Chicago, it is what it is. Like survival, man. First rule of life is like survival of the fittest. Self-preservation. You're gonna do whatever it takes to eat. And anybody would do anything. You can't put anything past anyone, because put in a certain situation with certain conditions, man, we all psychotic.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you don't think that, because you see other people, they actually work together. And we was talking about this yesterday. Not last Monday, where I brought up, the other people, their family is the foundation and the system is a tool. But when it comes to us, we rely more on the system as being the foundation, and our families are the tool. So we forsake our family and use and manipulate our family for self-preservation, and rely on the system as the tool.
Well, you gotta understand.
The system is the more guaranteed, giving you the benefits, the extra butter biscuits and all, these social guarantees that we get. Now, I'll land there.
America is a fairly young country, right? So we like the we like the little brother that's running shit, kind of sorta. You know what I'm saying? So I guess what they did with us, with blacks in America, like they put us on stage for everybody to just look and observe and be like, okay, this the petri dish. Let's see what we can get away with, what we can do, or whatever. So I think the black plight, it's like just by being an American, you in a better situation than a lot of people. Just by being American, you know what I mean? But our mind has been toyed with and manipulated so much that we are ruined as a people. You can't fix the black man. The black man is the black man, the black family is over with. You cannot, because you think about all these other minorities, how they do stick together. But it's something about that chocolate skin that just won't hold. We have to try to impress the white man. We gotta make Big Daddy proud.
Damn, bro. Why you have to say it like that? That's crazy. That's real.
Because nobody want to hear the truth. You think about it. I used to tell people all the time, man, look, it got to be some casualties in war. And these motherfuckers ain't ready to do what it takes to fix our situations. You got to cut the fat. Because to be honest with you, all our so-called, troublesome people or whatever who commit all this crime and all that shit, they should be our warriors. You know, all our gangbangers, that's our militia. You know, shit, if you gonna do drugs anyway, your life don't mean shit anyway. You might as well go die for some, strap a bomb to your chest. Be affected. You know? We got too many worthless people. We got too many worthless people, man. So much dead weight. So much dead weight. And I'm sick of them. I say we need another COVID. They need to come with a stronger something to get rid of some more of these people.
Oh, shit.
What the?
Hold up, bro. What do you mean? More of these people or more of our people?
No, more people, period. Now, this ain't just, this is not just for our people. I'm talking about the world got too many people in it. And the reason why the world got too many people in it is because of Europe, because of North America, because of the greed. Because it's enough resources to go around, but if you're going to have these greedy people running shit, then there's too many people in it. And who willing to cut their thumb off so the next man can eat? So the next man can survive? Nobody.
Yeah, FBA shit is counterproductive, bro.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, it's cap. I agree. That shit cap.
I'm making it sense.
Because all of them got a price. Motherfuckers got, that's human nature to have a price. It's fucked up. These niggas sorry, man.
All right.
FDA what? FDA what? You still want to make mouths happen.
What's the problem with FBA? No, you got a real one in here now.
I don't care who on the phone.
What's the problem with FBA? Tell me straight up. First of all, let's figure out what team are you on. What team are you on? Are you a Caribbean? Are you from the coast of Africa? Where are you from first? Where are your people from?
Well, I'm a descendant of God. It don't matter where I'm from. No, none of that shit matters to me.
Bullshit.
No, none of that shit matters to me.
That's why I said where are your people from, not where your God is.
My people, we from Memphis. Fuck all that.
Y'all been in Memphis how many generations?
Nah, bro. We from somewhere out of Africa, man. I'm just on here. I don't care about that shit.
You gotta question the messenger when you hear the message.
Let me say something right quick.
Who's saying the
Who
shit
is Ronan?
to see if they relish? You gotta question who's saying the shit to see if they relish and honor the fucking ancestors that helped them get over here.
Hey, Ronan, question. Just like when people talk about how great our ancestors are and how we had Kemet, how we taught white folks how to bathe and all that shit. What does it even matter?
What?
What does it matter?
No, real talk. Right now, what does it matter? What if every black man knew that that's what the truth was? What does it matter? They ain't gonna do shit about it.
Brothers are doing shit all over the world. What are you talking about?
Doing what, bro? We have no progress. We have no progress.
You are oblivious to every fucking technology or any invention that we've made, the cultural influence that we have on a global scale, our music. We are a huge influence on a global scale. And I'm talking about black Americans, not just black people, period.
Our culture is violence and chaos.
So are white people. What the fuck? Are you blind?
Our culture is violence. Yeah, like a motherfucker.
White people are more violent and have a culture of colonization than black people do. You talking about the Moors, and even when they propagated themselves all throughout Europe, all the way down to fucking Italy, and they control things, they weren't ruling with an iron fist like that. They taught those cultures how to bathe, education. They gave them every advance without treating them separately from who they were as the ruler.
Well, they so fucked up, then.
Bullshit, bro. Black people are more calm about our control than white people are. They're domineering.
That's what. That's how you should be.
Yeah,
they still got control. That's how you should be.
Yeah, because you said, all over the world, like we're doing stuff all over the world, but it's like then it goes back to what Black Cleaner was initially saying with the reparation. Okay, so if that's the case, why do you need reparations? And I told you I agree with reparations. But if we doing so good, if we doing things all over the world, why do we need them to give us something in order for us to continue to do what we want to do? Why do we need them to give FBAs money? Why do the FBAs need
Again, I
money
gotta
from
ask you where your family is from first before I answer your question.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not an FBA. My parents are foreign. They are not from here.
And this is why I believe a lot of people that have that background have no basis of drawing from historical or ancestral pains to even ask that question. Okay. When you're like, if you go back to your Caribbean culture or your African nation, that colonization has happened. You guys are owed reparations as well. But you realize nothing was done until after America was freed itself. Then other countries followed suit after the fact. The only other culture that did this was Haiti. And even with Haiti, it came down to a point where they had to pay back the owners of those slaves a loss fee, or what you could say reparations, back to the slave owners, right? So even with Haiti, even though they claim, and hey, I'm not taking anything away from the battle warrior class of Haitians, okay? Y'all beat the fuck out of the French. But they had a second round they could have volleyed with, and they held back because y'all were willing to pay. Okay, and I'm taking that away from you. All right. But at the end of the day, until you have ancestral pains and bloodshed and generations of things that happen to your culture, you'll never feel what an FBA does. And here's the biggest thing. YT people like to say Black people are a day late and a dollar short. Now, we've been all-inclusive for a lot of years. Back in the 70s, 80s, we changed from being Black Americans to Afro-Americans because we wanted to be inclusive of all cultures coming into this country. We wanted to be united. But you guess what? When we opened that door to try to be united, everybody that came in wanted to, one, stay away from the Black people in the culture, and then two, every time something was achieved outside of just being Black, here comes a fucking flag. You get what I'm saying? Y'all forgot how you got through the door, but then you want to throw up your flag like y'all are the ones achieving it without any assistance from our ancestral death and bloodshed. But that doesn't matter to you all because you don't have the same pain. Now, if you go back to your country, one, I can't, or any other culture like Black Americans can't go to your country and comment shit about your history. Then even in your own countries, depending on what country you come from, you have tribalism. So you guys have your own type of separation even within your cultures. But you're in denial of that, right? So then when the FBA said, hey, there's talk of reparations, let's get ahead of the game. ADOS, FBA, however you want to call it. We need to delineate and say there's a clear line between the Black Americans, because all of us are Black Americans. Here's the thing. A lot of y'all think FBA says we're denying who we were, our heritage, or anything like that. No. We understand we're derivatives of the African culture through slave trade. Okay? That's not what we're in denial of. What we're trying to do is say, these are the ancestors and the people that have been here from the start that went through all that bullshit versus the ones that showed up after the fact. That if you don't draw that line, everybody's going to have their hand out when money comes around, because you know how our people are when money comes out. Everybody wants a fucking piece. So if we don't do that now, they're going to say, oh, we're going to pay out reparations. But you guys only have your fucking shit together to say who's really the ones that suffered and who are the immigrants, because they're not going to help us. They're not going to do anything to make it easy for us to get that shit, even if they gave it out. So we're saying, hey, you know what? Just in case they do, because we don't even really believe it's going to happen, let's get ahead of the game and start delineating and saying, here's who are the people that had ancestors here that suffered through slavery and other things that the American people did to us, versus the ones that came over after the doors were opened in the 60s because of the civil rights movement. Because a lot of y'all weren't even here before then. Immigration from those melanated countries weren't even allowed until after then. So y'all coming in the 60s. coming in 300-400 years of him and then trying to say some shit. That's the audacity. That's what we're saying.
Okay, so then the FBA, is the situation with the FBA is pretty much, all right, we want our reparations, and we want to make it clear that we're owed our reparations with the people that colonized us. Like, we're dealing with the government, we want our money, and we don't want other people, like what they call tethers, I think they call it that. We don't want them putting their hand out.
That's a derogatory term used for people that don't want to acknowledge the pain of our people and want to be dismissive of it. So we're saying that in a derogatory term. There's a lot of people that understand what FBAs are trying to do, and there's no problem, no harm, no foul. It's the ones that have the audacity to open their mouths, pretend to be us, and then have a problem with Black people that suffered in order to get them in the fucking door. They have a problem with us getting reparations, and they're part of the government because they fucking slid their ways in on the Black ticket because we're gonna vote Black if we see somebody that's worthwhile for voting Black, but they never identified themselves whether they were immigrants or not. We didn't ask. But when subjects come up like this, reparations, all of a sudden, oh, we don't need that shit. Why are you so dismissive? Oh, let's look at your history. Oh, your parents never even went through this shit. You're a second generation fucking immigrant. Excuse me for saying fucking immigrant, because I don't want to say it like that. You're just a first or second generation immigrant that came over here that looks like a Black American, but you're really not. And your ancestors never dealt with what our ancestors dealt with. That's a better way of saying it. And I'm not coming with fuel for y'all. I'm coming for fuel with the people that are listening, because I've said this to Mosa. I've said it to a lot of different people on a lot of their channels, and they understood after the fact. Nobody's in denial of our own heritage. That's the audacity of us, to be in denial that we came through slavery and are in denial of being or having African or Caribbean heritages. That has nothing to do with it. But that's a long time ago. We've been inbred, we've been changed, we've been changed to a point where we're so aggressive, they bred the people that beat them fucking down eventually. Now they fear us. But they bred us to be this way. Y'all came over here, y'all weren't bred like we were. Our mixture is so fucked up and so aggressive. That's why you know a Black American when you go globally, because we're more aggressive. We speak up. Some of y'all are passive aggressive in your nature because that's what you grew up in.
Yeah,
we grew up in an era where we were taught to challenge tyranny.
Well, I won't say aggressive, because there's a difference between being aggressive and assertive.
We're aggressive and assertive, bro. Don't downplay it. Americans are totally different. You can go into Africa and you can tell an American straight up the bat versus
aggressive means I'm going to put to rest anybody that doesn't agree with me. Our president right now is being aggressive. He's the aggressor.
Hey,
assertive is, hey, you're doing me wrong, and I'm not going to let you do me wrong. And I'm going to stand on what I believe in 10 toes down. That's what being assertive is. And that's why I was saying, if you listen to the intro, I said, we're not being aggressive towards anybody. We're being assertive. We're saying, hey, we've been passive. We've had the silent generation. We've had the greatest generation. We've had slavery where our ancestors have been very silent and passive. But now it's gotten to the point where, and you said it a long time ago, Ronan, the Gen Xers have been silent for too long. Now it's time for us to stand up and say something. And that's what we're doing. We're being assertive for what we believe in, because we're not going to let people just run over us. I showed the videos of, Busta Rhymes and Fat Joe and all of them talking about, Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans created hip hop 50-50. And then they're giving their reason, and we're like, hold up, we've been having block parties ever since the 30s and 40s. hip hop has been around. We just haven't brought it to the forefront. It didn't get to the forefront until other people started to get involved. You all did not create it. You all participated in the creation. Stop trying to, what they call that?
Misappropriate history, cultural history.
Yeah, stop trying to appropriate our culture. That's what white folks have done with, country, rock and roll, and, every other thing. And we were silent to it. We were like, you got that. We're just trying to survive out here. But now, a lot of Black people have gotten past the point of survival to where now we can actually stand on our own 2 feet and now be a little bit more assertive and not be silent anymore. And what's going on is because we're being assertive, now everybody wants to say, hey, what's going on with y'all? Why y'all being so dismissive and divisive? We're not being dismissive and divisive. We're being assertive because we've been so silent. We've let you all in. We invited you all to the cookout, and now y'all trying to take over the cookout. And we're like, hold up, you in our house. Relax. You gotta relax. And that's basically what it is.
And the whole thing is, we see what's going on. It's not like we're oblivious to it. And believe me, we got our own little things going on in the background. That's why I see people say, "Oh, we got paramilitary troops. We got people that own guns too."
Question. Okay, so look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not really educated on the subject. Okay, so ADOS, that's the ones that are born in America or born overseas.
It's the American same thing. It's American
descendants of slavery.
Descendants of slavery. It's the same thing as the FBA. It's just a different group that coined the phrase.
Okay, so the Americans
you got about 3 different factions that are basically the same thing.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
So you got all this division to make the group even smaller.
Not division, because we're still united on the idea. Now we don't all have to agree with the idea. And even though you might say I'm ADOS versus FBA, believe me, ADOS and FBA are not arguing amongst themselves. So don't say that.
Okay.
It's just like travel bros and passport bros.
They the same thing. I got you. Okay, so pretty much all these groups are coming together for the begging for the pity of the white man.
No, we're coming to collect the check that's old.
There's a check that's old. Here's the thing, and this is why you're being dismissive with the way you said it. We're begging the white man. No, the white man said that he was going to give us 40 acres and a mule. We're not asking for any less or any more. That 40 acres and a mule compounded interest over the fucking generations, it was never given to us, is what is owed. That's all we're asking for. Give us our 40 acres and a mule. However you want to decipher that to be. And monetary value, whether it be in land, whether it be in access to education and housing, whatever you want to equal that shit out to be, give us our 40 acres and a mule. We don't want any more, no less. That's it.
So
just what's owed to us. It's not we begging. Everybody else has gotten reparations. Jews have gotten reparations, and we didn't do shit.
The Japanese got them.
Hold on.
Japanese got them. They're not giving us shit, man. They're not giving us shit.
Hold on, because I agree 100%. But why is it when I brought it up just the other day, you guys were defending it like, no, they shouldn't get something. You should pull yourself up.
Who said that? Who said we shouldn't get something?
No,
that's what I agree with. I've never heard that in my life.
I agree with the education from the educational standpoint.
Remember, we were just talking because I remember distinctly we were talking. I said, for the plight of Black Americans in this country, if there is going to be a solution, the solution is going to be through government. And we went back and forth, and you were selling like, oh no. Well, not you and OTO and a few people on the panel were like, no. Blacks need to go in and they need to make their own community and they need to go in.
You misinterpreted what we were saying about that. What we're saying about that is what we've always done, even in the generations before now. We've always pulled ourselves. What's the phrase? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? Mm-hmm. All right. We've always gone out. We developed communities. We've developed, like I said, different patents and different types of companies where we were very successful over the generations. But guess what happened? What did we talk about? They kept knocking us back down, burning our cities, taking our fucking titles after they burned the city down because the city building with all the deeds were fucking gone. You get what I'm saying? They kept stealing it back every time we did it. So now it's about digitally figuring out a way to make money while you're waiting for this other shit. Not to wait around for a fucking check for the 40 acres and a mule bullshit. What we're saying is black people need to go ahead and get it done however best they can within the system. Look, I've learned the system multiple different times, from government to corporate sales, executive level sales, VP, all that bullshit. Okay, but I've taken those best practices and I've been working for myself since 2011. I don't need to work for nobody to cut a check. I know how fucking money works. But see, we're so reliant upon a white man giving us a fucking check, you too scared to step out on your own. You're a fucking CPA. Guess what? You can work for a CPA firm for a couple years, learn all the infrastructure, how a fucking CPA firm works, and go open up your own fucking store front and do your own CPA bullshit. It's your license. It's the same thing I do when I train people how to sell insurance. I worked for insurance a couple of years and I went independent. I'm my own broker. You get what I'm saying? I work my own hours. I'm not paying somebody else just to have the legitimacy of their brand name above me, a commission off of my fucking hard work. Why? Because people buy from people. They don't buy from the company.
Correct. So I agree, but you know, as we've discussed before, as I said before, you know, blacks are an impoverished. By blacks, I mean American descendants of slavery. When you don't have, it's like how we were talking about a few weeks back about Big Baller Brand, right? By LeVar Ball and the Three Ball Brothers, right? Yeah. And how, you know, we were talking about how he was selling a $2,000 shoe. He was trying to. Mm-hmm. It's not that, you know, the point isn't that, you know, blacks can't do business. It's just that they can't compete and do business at times because they don't own or have any of their own institutions, number one. And on top of not having their own institutions, they don't have means of productions where they're able to compete with things like Nike for a shoe.
But the whole thing is, nor do white people. We're just piss poor at doing our research. We're fucking lazy.
I don't
the
think
same company, listen, just like Nike, Adidas,
white
and everybody else.
Shoes.
Listen. Just like they go over to fucking China and have the manufacturing process done, and they come back and stick a fucking label on it and say, "Here's Nike, but it's made in fucking China."
If you think all that goes into the process,
LeVar Ball could have went over to China. Those same fucking plants that are making Nike would have cut a time limit on production for those shoes, depending on how much he wanted to process, and they would have processed them with the same amount of care and quality Nike and everybody else did theirs.
No, they
but
would
he
not.
took other avenues.
I don't think they would have. I think at least in the case of LeVar, I do think he had advisors and he was doing his best to make.
No, he didn't.
Nike would have paid. Nike would have paid them to make sure that they didn't have the shoes quality. They would have made sure he failed.
Yeah. And my point is, if you believe that the process of my bad, Prime, I'm gonna let you go afterwards. I know you get off, my bad. If you believe that the only thing that is really going into these shoes is the fact that they're being manufactured in China, I think you're dead wrong. What if you buy a shoe from Adidas or Converse, they get here and you don't like the quality and they tear? You can send them back to Converse or Adidas and then they can replace that shoe. But to have that, you need both supply chain and you need a customer service apparatus in order to do
correct. That. And they didn't have customer service either.
How are you going to have the customer service when the shoe itself is already $2,000 and you're already stretched in just to manufacture the shoe?
But you know how much call center services cost here in the Philippines? You know how much call center services cost in fucking India?
It's not just cost service cost. It's not just the call center itself. It's the actual supply chain underneath to get that shoe over.
So if you're selling a shoe for $2,000, but the process of making the shoe might cost you $25,000, which means you have a hell of a lot of profit for support and replacement. Okay?
It's break.
The shoe only costs $25.
No, it does not. No, it does not. Where are you getting
hold on one second. Let me
listen. I'm giving you an example, but here's the problem. We're not talking about shoes. You equated FBA over to a fucking quality of a shoe in one person's decision.
No. You see, I didn't say that. I I used it as an example of a famous situation that we can all see, where I'm like, listen, part of the reason why this business was not successful is because they did not have the capital to actually do this business. And this notion that you think the shoe is just $25, that's not true. Nike's margins.
Like I said, I just threw out a figure. I don't know what I don't know anything about the guy.
Hold on, both of you all.
But let's get back to FBA business.
Let me welcome Charlie Chan to the stage. How you doing, bruh?
Oh man, it's a blessing. It's a blessing, man. I'm just pulled. I just seen that you guys was going live. I was getting some work done. I just been sitting here listening, but I can't see this many brothers gathering and me not pulling up being a part of it.
Okay. So what side are you on, Charlie?
Oh man, hey, Black Cleaner, I think you too intelligent.
Oh man, your phone is going in and out again. But I heard what you said. So
You got that T-Mobile phone line.
So what do you have to contribute into the argument? I mean, you can go at anything. The FBA versus the immigrant or the whole tether situation, the whole reparations. What do you have to say about any of it?
I will say this. I don't think there's a other race of people that show most self-hate than black people. If I'm being honest, you got people that'll come out and really argue the side of their oppressors, and that is quite interesting to me. You got Sir Officer Bootlicker over there using that child's passing to show his allegiance to the white people, and that is crazy to me. That is crazy to me, and anybody that don't think so just shows how you think and what your allegiance is at. Just because how you gonna go say, oh no, these are some innocent white kids, and you don't even have all the facts. Oh, I went down there and I talked to them, and I got some evidence that the police didn't have, so they gonna share some evidence with your nigga ass. That's what you telling me? Come on, man, let's be honest about this, bro. And you know, I got a lot to say and things of that nature, but at the same time, I'll chill.
No, man, I done said a mouthful. I need you to chime in. Come on.
But I need to. Well, here's the thing, though. For some reason, when it's all black love, everybody's all inclusive, and it's all this, that, and the third. And when everybody goes to their respective corners, it's still respected until American black people goes to their corner. Now it's disrespected. Because I get it, you may have some, and here's the thing, and I get it, like say, it's some FBA brothers out there to where they radical. Like I said, he was a black supremacist. I've never even heard that term. I'm like, what is that? He was like, what is a white supremacist? I was like, oh, I got you, good brother. You know what I mean? I've never heard that term. So when it comes to everybody all inclusive, no matter where your background is from, we are all cool then. But when it's like, okay, if y'all from over there, y'all have y'all day, y'all have y'all thing, we can respect it. But when it comes to us having our day and having our thing, oh no, y'all a bunch of wood slaves, y'all had to beg for y'all freedom, y'all had to do this, that, and the third. And to me, I don't understand it, because a person like me that say that I identify with this, I've never disrespected anybody else with their culture, religion, or nothing. But you'll have black people with the same skin color as me and say American blacks have no culture. The blasphemy about it.
Okay, Charlie.
Yes, sir.
Charlie.
Yes, sir.
What's good, brother? All right. So I agree. Like I said earlier, I agree with reparations, right? But how long do I gotta be at the dance to realize the girl not coming? I'm gonna be there all night waiting for her to show up to the dance. She never comes. So I'm gonna just sit there all night, or I'm gonna ask another girl to dance.
Well,
this is how I'm looking at. No. Go ahead, Charlie. I want to hear what you got to say.
No, I was just gonna say, well, I think that's a little bit just off kilter when you just like something is simple as that as a girl going to the dance, and I'll tell you why. For one, they had 400 years of free slavery, so to speak. Two, we understand that they understand the process of reparations, because America paid reparations to the Holocaust victims, and America supposedly had nothing to do with that. So make sense to me.
Okay, I said the
they
same
did
thing
have
about the
something to do with it.
Japanese.
They turned away the Jews.
What? The Japanese and Chinese.
Yeah. The Japanese got their bread.
They should have made it right. Yeah, and then they come on now.
Bro.
And y'all talking about President Obama. He did more for Asians in the rainbow community than he did for his own community. What are we talking about, guys?
Obama's not black.
Look, he ran as a black president.
He's Nigerian.
So Nigerians aren't black? Wait a minute. Hold on.
No, you know what I mean. By black, I don't mean.
He's Liberian. He's not FBA. We got you.
No, but yeah, according to y'all, he's not an FBA.
Exactly. We
I
understand.
say he ran as a black president, though.
Yeah.
And this is why we say a lot of people have gotten into politics that have been cosplaying Americans, but they don't have the American agenda because they haven't suffered through their ancestry like we have.
Hey, Charlie.
Okay, and then allow me to double down on that. Allow me to double down on that. Okay, we get it. Obama, he ain't black, but he played the black card. Oh, I wonder who tried to do that behind him. Oh, what's that, Kamala? Or Kamala? Whatever y'all call it. I call it Chameleon. So she came out and said she wasn't black until she was running for president. Now it's all black. We all black. We all people. Even though they call her in numerous of lies. I'll leave there, Chris. What you were saying?
Nah, I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? Yeah. Okay, so you said, they got the 400-year head start, right?
Yes, sir.
And kind of like what Prime was saying. Hey, bro, they took that shit, bro. They not giving us shit. So ain't no need to bitch about it. You might as well try to make the best out your life right now. I hate to say, I ain't trying to say like this.
You know what? It still happening. Y'all asked me to talk, and I will.
By copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit.
This is so interesting to watch. Check this out.
You were President Biden's pardon attorney, is that correct?
I was the Justice Department's pardon attorney.
You made clemency recommendations to the.
So in 2022, the Federal Reserve Survey of Consumer Finances found that the average difference in wealth between a black and a white household in the United States is $1.15 million. If you adjust that household figure for the size of households, you come up with an approximate measure of about $400,000 per person. There are maybe about 47 million blacks in the United States, 40 million of whom would qualify for our under our criteria for eligibility for reparations. Again, Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved here. So 40 million persons times $400,000 per person would constitute $16 trillion.
Reparations for people of African descent is long overdue. We don't want a piece of freedom. We want the whole package.
The city of Evanston has pledged to give reparations to Black residents.
This is American history.
We want cash payment.
Give us what we're due.
I don't know why they would be given more status than any other group of people.
It was a crime, but no one paid the price.
Hey, before anybody say something, may I reply to what Sick of the Lies just said?
Go ahead.
Sick of the Lies, bro, you know I got all due respect for you, but that type of rhetoric is almost like house nigga language. And I'll tell you why. Because when you say, oh, they just took that shit.
Hello?
You going in and out, bro.
Oh, Charlie.
Sit still, Charlie.
They done kicked me out.
You on that damn phone? No, you here.
No, we can hear you. You just lagging a little bit.
Okay.
Sit your ass down somewhere. You moving around too much on that phone.
No, that's the same thing as Uncle Ruckus being on the plantation. Why would you run from here? We got it good here. We get to eat, we get to sleep, and don't have to pay for it.
The story of Patrick Freeman.
Most deaf a bunch of times on these channels. Those that trade their freedom for peace don't deserve either. And I lay in there.
Hey, Charlie.
Hold on, Sick of
Hold on.
The thing is
does anybody know? Let me hold on. We got another person that just got added to the stage. Maya Sisters.
I don't know necessarily. I know Amaya, but I don't know Maya sister unless you change her name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I just online and I saw your show.
That's a dude.
That's a dude.
Yeah, that's a man.
Black Queen.
Hang him up.
No, I am a female. I am a female.
Oh, okay. You must be older. Okay.
I am. Actually, I'm an elder. I'm 61 years young.
Thank you for calling in or coming in. What's your point of view? What's your perspective?
Are you FDA?
I am FDA. My on my mother's side of the family, they hail from Mississippi, and on my father's side is Arkansas.
Okay.
Yeah.
What part of Mississippi, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, my grandmother, she was born in this
That's Tam.
called Iola.
No, it's somebody. Let her speak.
It's called Iola. I went there when I was a little girl. I barely remember it now.
Okay. So you heard the conversation. I don't know if you heard my part of it or you've heard
It's
some
not my
others.
turn. I was just asking a question, but please continue, man.
But yeah, where are you at with this conversation right now? From what you've heard.
Well, I will tell you, my position has evolved. At first, I was a Pan-Africanist, and as time went on, and as I just started to observe what was going on, I have moved to fully being FBA supporter. As I said before, I am an elder. I fall in as an early, a young baby boomer or an elder Gen X. And I see for my generation that we really do have to delineate and protect our traditions and our history, and also the benefits, those hard-earned benefits that we won under civil rights for the next generation. Right. And we just can't continue to allow people to come in and dilute our heritage. Right now, there are people who have access to our benefits and they just got here. You have the gays who are considered a minority and they qualify under our programs. You have white females. You have immigrants, people who just got here. So so the way it's going, we're getting nothing. We're getting the short end of the stick. Our policy needs are not being heard, and they're not being advanced. And I'm just really excited with the youth and hearing you all put together. I mean, it's still, I would have to say, in terms of FDA, your talking points are still underdeveloped. I'm not hearing a legal argument, but I am very excited that you see there's a problem and you're trying to figure it out. You know there's a problem. The next step is advancing a legal argument where you can prevail in the courts. And that requires some research, and that requires some talented attorneys to do it.
The United Nations.
And possibly the United Nations. I'm not an attorney. I don't know if what's the best legal route. If it's working our way up through the courts and up through the Supreme Court, or going the United Nations route. I can't say because I'm not a legal expert, but from what I'm hearing and what I believe, I think the best thing to do is to frame it in terms of a denial of, let's say, property or property right. It just can't be exclusively about race. It has to be a denial of a privilege that we were entitled to. That's how I see it in my head. How to make the reparations argument. But as I said before, I'm just excited for millennials, Generation Z, your energy concerning the FBA movement. And so I totally support it. And we elders, we're waking up. We understand that the civil rights movement has been insufficient. You know, a lot of people may not say that my age, but we know that we just cannot continue doing what we're doing. Yeah.
Maya, you're making me feel real old because you said you're 61 and you're elder. I'm 58, about to turn 59. I am not no elder like that. I'm still just an OG unk. Don't make me that old. Don't make me feel that old. Please don't.
Yeah, baby boomers on the line.
Oh.
Where are you at, Miss Maya?
I'm in the Midwest.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sorry for making you all feel old, but
no, you're good. I'm just joking around, but yeah, I
Hold on,
don't
ma'am.
feel like I'm a senior or an elder like
Hey,
that.
ma'am, I like to apologize for the voice to be off. You are a woman. I want to apologize.
that's okay. Sometimes my voice can be an octave lower. So no offense taken.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm just go ahead.
No, I was about to say you have the Edith from Archie Bunker type of voice.
Mm.
So that's what
Yeah. I thought she was Dookie calling in.
Where are the ladies?
We got a few in the chat. Tam is in the chat. That's who we thought you were, Tam, maybe. Playing
Well, I'm just gonna I like to stay up on the panel, but
you can.
But I'm gonna turn my mic off and I want to hear from the females. I hope
I wish they would chime in, yeah.
I like to respond to Charlie.
Go ahead.
Okay, Charlie. I agree with everything you said, brother. I wish that we could get that. I'm more of a realist, brother. More of a realist. When I say they took that shit, they did. I mean, because there's nothing we're going to do about it to make them do to give us what we deserve. What I said earlier, that's what it takes, bro. It takes chaos and anarchy to get your way. That's the only thing they understand is violence. That's the only thing they understand. They're not going to ever give us anything. You know why? Because they already created us to be the public enemy of the world, even though they cause more chaos than anybody. They created us to be, so nobody's going to have sympathy for us. Nobody's going to have empathy for us. We have to take what we want. If we ain't willing to take it, we ain't going to get anything. So I don't care if you consider yourself a FDA, a PBA, a TDT. You're not going to get anything unless you go out there and get it yourself. That's the Booker T. Washington mode of doing things. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps because ain't nobody else going to do it for you. Or you can go out there and get this welfare. That's your option.
Well, hold on now, Chris. You know, I'm not... From my perspective, right? I don't think that's necessarily the only way. Like, look at for example, the current Trump administration. Now, regardless of what you think, what the political slant is, you got to think since 65 or when was Roe v. Wade? The political right in America, specifically evangelicals, have been trying to get that reversed, and you know, probably that whole entire generation of people have died, or they're very old now. But here we are in 2026. Not only have, you know, the political evangelicals won in that they've managed to get Project 2025 through, but they've also managed to get Roe v. Wade reversed. And then on top of getting it reversed, they've managed to successfully roll back several of the civil rights protections that we have in place through executive order. And simultaneously, you know, if we're looking at some of the mid sectors and the manufacturing hubs, we're seeing Donald Trump through executive order essentially impose brand new tariffs and new restrictions to limit and or significantly disincentivize immigration into the United States. So it's definitely something possible, because if you thought about it 10 years ago, back when I was in high school, you know, legal professions, they didn't think that Roe v. Wade was going to get overturned. But here we are today because those people kept fighting and they kept struggling and they eventually got what it is that they need. Even though the overturning of Roe v. Wade and most people agreed with Roe v. Wade. But yeah, here we are. So I think it's possible.
I hear you.
Let me play this video real quick and let me see what y'all think about this. This is actually kind of proof that, you know, we can get reparations. Let me know what y'all think about this.
Because of a woman. And by the time most people learned her name, she was already cleaning other people's houses just to keep her. They called it the house that Ruth built, not because of a man, because of a woman. And by the time most people learned her name, she was already cleaning other people's houses just to keep her own lights on. Her name was Ruth Brown. In the early 1950s, she gave Atlantic Records 5 #1 R&B hits: Teardrops from My Eyes, 5, 10, 15 Hours, Mama He Treats Your Daughter Mean. She sold so many records that industry insiders started calling Atlantic the house that Ruth built, years before Ray Charles or Aretha Franklin ever walked through that door. But under her contract, every recording session, every tour bus, every promotional expense got charged straight back against her royalties. When she left the label in 1960, according to her own memoir, Miss Rhythm, Atlantic told her she didn't have money coming. She owed them $30,000. Despite selling millions of records, she hadn't seen a royalty check since. So for the next 15 years, the woman whose voice built a record label's fortune worked as a maid, a school bus driver, and a teacher's aide on Long Island, just to raise her 2 sons. Here's the turn nobody sees coming. In 1975, an old friend, comedian Red Fox, pulled her back into show business with a walk-on role on Sanford & Son. That single appearance kicked off a stage and screen comeback, a Tony Award in 1989 for Black and Blue, a role as Motormouth Maybelle in John Waters' Hairspray, a Grammy for Blues and Broadway. And once Ruth Brown had a platform again, she didn't just enjoy it, she went to war. Working with entertainment attorney Howell Beagle and civil rights leader Jesse Jackson, she spent nearly 11 years pressuring Atlantic and its parent company to make things right. In a 1997 NPR interview, she put it plainly, "I refused to beg because I was going to fight for what was mine." She won. Atlantic forgave her debt, cut her a settlement check, and, this is the part that actually changed the industry, agreed to pay back royalties to dozens of other artists from her generation, according to BlackPast.org's historical archive. The label also funded the Rhythm and Blues Foundation with roughly $1.5 million, an organization that has since distributed millions more to musicians the industry had left behind, many of them Black artists from the 50s and 60s who never got paid what they were owed. Ruth Brown didn't just get her own money back, she rewrote the rules for everyone who came after her. She wasn't fighting one man who wronged her, she took on an entire institution, and the institution blinked first. So here's what I want to know. How many more artists from that era never got their Ruth Brown moment, and never will? Drop a name in the comments if you know one. Like this, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and follow Black History Unfiltered, because the real story is never just the hits, it's who actually got paid for them.
All right, so what do y'all think about that?
Again, historical facts are when it comes to what FBA have done in the past. You know, that gets erased, that we don't have no culture, we don't have any influence on a global scale when we have effectively influenced the whole world in multiple different aspects, not just music, not just athletic.
But the key thing is that we just kept persevering, even though everybody told her, just give it up, continue cleaning them houses, because you ain't gonna get that money. Once she had a chance, and that's all it took. It just took that one opportunity that Red Fox gave her, and that became the catalyst that started everything, to where she was able to get enough money to actually hire the lawyers needed to be able to fight the fight, to be able to get the money that she was owed. And once she was able to win that fight, not only did it help her, but it helped the other people who was actually robbed by Atlantic as well.
Yeah. And there's a thing that they call in law and also in government contracting. It's called piggybackable. Once something has been established on a legal ease, people can reuse that case in order to promote and prosecute their own cases. So it behooved those companies, once one case was lost, to be forthright in updating or correcting past transgressions against others of similar note before they all get taken or take them to court. So sometimes it's proactiveness. Once you've been proven once wrong, not to have to keep on going back to court repeatedly. Same thing in government contracting. Once you've eliminated all the competition for a certain product, it doesn't have to go back out to bid. You can allow other government agencies to piggyback on that contract. It's already gone through the testing of whether it's the lowest price available. Go ahead.
Yeah. That basically, what you're basically talking about is a precedent. Once a precedent has been set, all you got to do is just bring up that precedent to be able to, prove your argument once again.
Right.
Charlie Chan, you just got back on. You have anything to say?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we can
sir.
hear you.
Loud and clear. Just sit still.
What first came to my mind, like, damn, record labels been fucking over people longer than I thought.
Always.
That's
You
part
see
of the
Cadillac
business.
record?
Right, damn, they was fucking over people back in the, what was those small records called 4.5s?
Yep.
Yeah, they
45,
were messing
yeah.
over people back then. When cassette tapes weren't even invented yet. And here's the thing, y'all know Motown, because that's the record that they said that she was a part of, right?
She was a part of Atlantic.
Atlantic, okay, which is also was more or less a black record label at that, right?
No, it wasn't a black record. They had black artists, as you said. Ray Charles was a part of Atlantic. Who else was a part of Atlantic?
Okay, well, what's the name? It was the house that Ruth built.
Actually, I think Clive was a part of Atlantic. Actually, yeah, Clive was one of the people that actually was one of the main parts before he started J Records.
Okay.
He's the one that founded, a lot of like Whitney Houston and a lot of those artists over there. And he was one of the people that was robbing those artists as well.
Yeah, we have been our biggest enemy for some time now. But if I'm keeping it a buck, man, that's the nature of business. Like, and I bring up a lot of times, look how Ray Kroc, the biggest fucking over in history, if you ask me, is what Ray Kroc did to the McDonald's brothers, almost outside of on the business. These men couldn't even use their own last name. So in business, it's a cutthroat thing, man. It's definitely cutthroat. Now, am I saying like it was right or wrong? No, I'm just saying in business, it's cutthroat, and we have that all throughout American history. Not just white, not just black, but all goddamn races.
True.
Hey, Black Cleaner, underneath the big part of the StreamYard, you can click the button that has the bigger frames, because that video threw us all off to the side, so they can't really see us all.
Oh, hold on one second. Sorry.
There you
That
go.
better?
Yep.
So let me ask you guys, what would you think I have my own theories, but what would you think a reparation framework? Would it just be cash payments? What exactly would you guys aim to
The brother that he played said 400K, per person out of the 47 million potential black people in America, which is only 12% of the population. 40 million he's equating to being ancestors of descendants of slaves. So when it comes to that, you're talking about 400K, which is $16 trillion is by his definition. Now, hey, they got all these national forests. Listen. He said 400K, 16 trillion. What I'm saying is,
they'll get it back the next day.
Listen. Give me some of that national land that y'all own that ain't giving out to nobody. Give me a little portion of that. I don't give a fuck about the 400,000. Give me 20 acres of that shit that ain't nobody using, but the government wants to own it and hold on to it and not do shit with it. Give me 20 acres of that, and I'll be good. I don't need your $400,000.
I agree with Ronan wholeheartedly because to answer the question, it don't have to be in the form of a cash payment.
No.
Form of land, property, because these are the cornerstones of wealth. It could be in the form of free education for all FBA people that comes from this. These are the cornerstones of wealth that you have deprived people of. And let's not talk about the fact that when black people was doing their own thing, as if the Irish did and the Italians did, they came in and actively destroyed that. Let's not act like we don't know about legally.
Man, YouTube don't want you to win, Charlie Chan. Every time you get on your rant and your horse, you start dying out on the back of your voice.
Ain't that some shit? I don't know. I got to turn it.
Hey, yeah, I agree.
You've been silent.
Hey, go ahead.
Go ahead. Who was talking?
I was thinking.
Go ahead. I think Black English.
Yeah, go ahead, y'all. Y'all get it.
No, see.
So go ahead, Chris, because you was the only one talking. I was about to refer to Florida Ryan, but since you spoke up.
No, I was just saying, like, okay, I think a condition, and this probably some people ain't gonna like this. I think a condition to, if they do reparations, a condition to receive reparations is you have to, be educated in financial literacy before you receive benefits. And also, I think they should.
I think that would be nice, but there was no stipulations on reparations given out to any other culture. Why are you asking for stipulations on our culture?
Because I want to learn. I want.
No. I know it's a fact that it would help them, but at the end of the day, we don't need any stipulations on something that's owed to us in order to get it.
Gotcha, cool.
And then who's gonna be the one that's testing them? Who's gonna be the one that's providing this education? Because if you are relying on your oppressors to educate you, wouldn't they just miseducate you in that form?
Or charge such an exorbitant fee that it becomes impossible.
Exactly. Yep, I agree with that.
Okay, like I said, that's one thing I said. Free education. Let's like as far as like with housing, like fair rates and all that shit, kind of like how the VA, how veterans get benefits with different things, whatever. Blacks have benefits and all kind of stuff, right? First right of refusal with contracts, with government contracts.
That's all nice. That sounds good.
Yeah, because if you don't put the financial literacy, condition in there, they'll have the money back in 3 years. They have all their money right back, and we'll be in the same situation. So what's the point of giving them?
Let me give you some pushback on that.
Go ahead.
Like numbers gonna skyrocket.
Man, everybody got a Bentley.
See, now Cool
No,
King,
hold
you
on.
go along with
But
the
see, the
stereotype.
thing about it
You
is
gotta go
this.
along with the stereotype, Cool King.
If that was the case, why wouldn't they just hurry up and give it to us? Because they already know it's going to go back to them anyway. And then they can say, "Hey, we gave you the reparations. Y'all just put it in the hands of Cadillac and Bentley and everything. What do you want us to do?" Wouldn't it have been a good idea for them to actually do that? Just give us the money. Oh, y'all want 400,000?
Then you can't complain no more. Hey, we gave it to you. Y'all fucked it up. Now you ain't got shit to say.
Exactly.
They don't have to. That's why. Because if they wanted to, they would. That's the money they spent during COVID. That's the money they spent when they bailed out the bank. That's the money they spent for war.
They sent
the
money over
there.
to Ukraine, the small hats. They sent that money multiple times over to other people.
They don't have to, so they won't. That's what I'm trying to pretty much say. And in the meantime, I'm gonna get mine. So I ain't finna just sit back and wait for them to do nothing for me. That's what I mean by get your shit. Get out there and get it.
That's the point of what O2O was saying the other day and myself. Is like, look, while you still don't need to be sitting still. Y'all need to go get it for yourself and add to your wealth by the time it comes around.
And then
you ain't gotta work no more.
In the meantime, when I say in the meantime, I mean till you die. No, I don't work anywhere. I'm a welfare recipient.
Damn.
But you understand, getting your benefits, because we do have a couple of vets on here, and we just didn't, just get out of the military, and then they automatically just handed us, 80 or 100% disability. We had to actually fight for that benefit. So, but were we sitting around waiting for it? Like, oh,
Yes.
it's gonna come anytime. No, we went to work. We was doing what we needed to do in order to, keep food and and a roof over our head, and actually.
Shit, by the time I
to be
got
able
that
to create
100%, I was
businesses and
already
things.
financially set. That's just extra money.
Exactly. So that's the key right there. But the whole thing that I want to get into was how we got into the whole reason for this diaspora debate was the fact that there were people who were in the immigrant community that was, pretty much coming in and undermining what we was talking about. So I wanted to, give them the floor to, excuse me, Ryan, Prime,
Oh shit, you calling
KB,
names and shit.
because those are the ones that are on our panel right now, that have that perspective.
Well, who said anything about undermining the black community in the pursuit of reparations or some form of justice?
Well, I was showing some of the videos earlier. I don't know if you got on late, where they were showing, that there were a lot of immigrants that was, basically saying bad things about us, and also saying, hey, we don't believe that you all deserve it. You're free. That's good enough. Y'all need to suck it up. I came from, I used to walk 15 miles a day to be able to go to school. Y'all got free electricity and all of that stuff. What are you all over here? Y'all got it good. What are you over here, worrying about reparations for?
Yeah, I mean, see, Black Cleaner, you're always gonna find a group of idiots no matter where you go. The Cubans in South Florida all voted for Trump. If just Hispanics voted last election, then the Republicans would have won Donald Trump specifically would have won every single state except for New York and California. And now those same people are kind of struggling because many of their families are not only getting deported, but on top of that, due to the trade war, many of their businesses were getting products from China to resell in the United States. And now their businesses are effectively kaput. You're always going to find a group of idiots. You can't really take a look at the worst possible arguments and say, hey, these people have any form of validity. People will make stupid decisions and say and do stupid things. Poor Donald. Like, they had a song. It was crazy. They had a song and everything.
Poetic justice.
And Trump, they basically discarded them as soon as he won the election.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad that you said that. So, okay, you just called those group of people idiots. So now, why are people getting mad because we're calling those group of idiots tethers?
I don't think anyone is getting mad. Is anyone getting mad?
Who?
Yeah,
I'm not exactly sure.
I don't know what the fuck it is. What is a fucking tether?
I don't even know what a tether is.
It's a derogatory term for an immigrant that doesn't appreciate the value that the American people gave to them and the advantages they have for being here in America.
That sounds like some white power stuff. That sounds like some white power stuff.
It sounds like a person who, as what KB was describing, a group of idiots that want to align themselves with the oppressor and are doing what they can in order to keep the extra butter biscuits to themselves.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Who was it? Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek, who was part of the Trump campaign. They dragged that man. No butter biscuit denied. You saw what happened to that man? Can't even run in Ohio anymore. Jesus. They had him Photoshop with his shoes off. Because you know what they say about Indians. They had him Photoshop with his shoes off, and Trump just stood by.
Wow.
What happened?
Vivek, who was running with Donald Trump during the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So he he had a lot of things to say, and then he flew too close to the sun after Donald Trump won the election. So he thought he was gonna start saying some stuff about the white people and whatnot, and they shut that shit down immediately. They got him out of there. He was fired immediately, and no butter biscuit, no soft landing, nothing. and Trump won't even endorse him to go run in Ohio either. So, yeah.
Okay. So, do you agree with that, Ryan? That every what is it? Every tether is an immigrant, but every immigrant isn't a tether.
I don't know. To this day, I still don't know what the hell a tether is. If it's just like a made up term, then to me it means nothing. It's not in the dictionary. It's not a real thing.
Okay.
I just think it's a disrespectful, like, I don't really buy into the tether thing. I think it's weird.
But have you heard it? You know, being in Miami, and have you heard people? Because Prime and both of you all, when y'all first came on, y'all did bring up the argument of, you know, back in the days when, in the 80s and the 70s, when, you know, immigrants first arrived, everybody was an African booty scratcher.
Yeah, but okay, so tether, if that's more like just a modern term, like just an insult for immigrants, then, you know, I think it's just childish. I don't really have an opinion on it. Like, I've never been called one, and I've never used the term. I just you know, it's a word that to me doesn't sound pleasing to the ear. I don't know. It's weird to me. I don't know.
It's like getting called a
It's
jive.
not. Here's the point.
It's lame, man.
It's not meant to be pleasing to your ear. Just like nigga was never meant to be pleasing to ours.
Nigga sounds pretty. Hey, nigga sounds pretty cool to me.
It's basically saying that, and another. How you call another black person a nigga? You can't really. So what are you saying? You're going to come up with a term that's going to be kind of like unpleasing to the ear and a little insulting when it's being said.
Hindu aliens coming to America, and they are. And this is a real thing.
There you go again. That voice is going again.
Certain things. They pose as black to get in certain aids and stuff. Those, in my opinion, what I've been taught, those would be the definition. They're tethering this to the FBA community or the.
Charlie, you keep jumping in and out.
Get to the mic.
Oh man, y'all want me to be yelling in this joint? Y'all gonna have my whole apartment building, man.
You gotta sit still, bro. It's not like you're walking around and you keep dropping in and out based on your signal.
The whole Hindu Indian things, when they was coming over here and they was getting into colleges under the assumption that they was black and things of that nature, because they worded it that way, they was getting certain things afforded to them because it was for the black community. That's what my definition of a tether is. A person that's using, an individual that's using the identity of another race to advance themselves.
You know what? Some of these scholarships are written in a type of terminology where it's kind of vague that allows certain people in. People of color is not descriptive of just saying black people.
What's happening? Is anybody?
You get what I'm saying?
Is my sound going out?
So it's the way your sound keeps going in and out.
Can you hear Ronan?
No, I can't hear Ronan. I'll drop down and come back up.
You got to look at some of the T's and C's of how contracts are written and how scholarships are written that allow people from outside agencies, people of disadvantage. That could be a white woman.
Yeah, I can't.
You get what I'm saying? No. So it's just the terms that are used inside of who qualifies for it that allowed a lot of people to take advantage of those systems.
I can't hear nothing.
Okay. Ronan, nobody can hear you, so Charlie and Ryan just dropped out.
I can hear him.
Chris, are you still there? Because I'm not looking at the board.
Chris, are you there? Can you hear Black Cleaner?
Yeah.
All right.
Can you hear Ronan?
Yeah, I can hear him. Y'all ready to go to war?
War for what? I've been to war a couple times. What do you mean?
Okay. Because I'm with it. If it ever hits the fan, I'm with it.
Y'all ain't see my arsenal that's sitting in the house? Not here, but back in America.
Nah, we good. Don't worry about it. Just keep it keep your cachet put away.
Okay, keep on going. What were you saying, Ronan?
No, I was just talking about Damn, I forgot what I was saying. Where'd Black Cleaner go? But at the end of the day, it's just like, you know, with this whole situation with FBA, nobody's in denial who we are as people. Okay. But it is a thing in America, if you know anything, you've been here a while, where they always say we're always last to start planning something. So when we're first to start planning something, now here comes all the haters saying, you guys are doing this, you're trying to be separatists, you're trying to be this, that, and the other thing. Well, guess what? In your cultures, you have tribalism. We're not talking down to you about your tribalism within your own cultures that you come from. So when you come here, you see this one united front and say all Black people are the same, but yet and still you don't take advantage. You take advantage of it until you don't. And that's the difference. You'll say you're Black, and then when it comes to celebrating a win, it stops being we're all Black to, hey, the Caribbeans are doing great. Hey, the Haitians are excelling. Hey, this culture and that culture, Jamaicans, this, that, and the other. But we're all Black Americans. When it comes to time to protest, when the immigration and ICE started coming in, all of a sudden we're all Black again. Somalis who don't claim to be Black, all of a sudden wanted Black people to start reacting and protesting because Somalis were getting ready to get kicked out of the United States. It's funny how that fucking happens. You're Black when you want to be, and you don't want to be Black when you don't want to be. But then you want us to react to everything that goes on in the United States. And we're just tired. We're not doing it no more. You talk yourself into that shit. It's like people selling wolf cookies when you're popular. Get yourself out.
Charlie, I know you got something to say to that. Can you hear him now?
Yeah. No, my thing is, and I can only speak for my perspective. My thing is this: I respect people, especially if we are the same hue. You know what I mean? I respect that no matter where you come, whether you Bohemian, whether you Haitian, whether you Jamaican. I respect that, and I would never ever talk down on anybody's culture, where they come from, or anything. But in a lot of cases, it seemed like I'm not afforded, or my people is not afforded that same respect. That's just like almost when I'm around like people that's not like, say, FBA, and they talking about quote unquote dirty Black Americans. They be like, oh no, we ain't talking about you, Chan. How's that even a white person saying, oh no, you're one of the good ones, we're not talking about you? So I just think it's a lot to think about, and I also think this is a good conversation to have, just because of the diversity of the panel. You know what I mean? Like I say, my goal is not to ever put down anybody, because everybody have their own culture, their own history, and things of that nature. It's just like I just would ask for the same respect. That's all.
Hey, I dropped the picture down there if you want to pull it up. That's my great grandfather or cousin or something like that from World War I.
Okay.
That's a Broussard, World War I uniform.
Ooh.
My family been here.
Oh, I got a picture like that too, Ronald.
Yeah. No, that just shows you how committed we are. You know what I'm saying? And how our history is so embedded that we are not going to ignore any one slight against our ancestors. Not only fought for this country, but bled for it. When you don't have any skin in the game, you can be impartial about how you talk. When you reverence your history and your ancestors, then you're like, oh, hell no, we're not going to let you get away with that.
Agreed.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Sometimes I listen to another podcast, and they're primarily Black and African and Caribbean immigrants, or children of immigrants. And something, I'm hearing an echo.
SKB, you might want to mute
your phone.
Yeah, and something that a reoccurring theme that I'm hearing from many Black immigrants is that they want FBAs to invest in Africa.
Right.
And the issue is, and it's something that I have spoken to some of them about, is that Africa is just too unstable right now for private investors.
Exactly.
They're just not ready. And at times they can get very, very honest. I don't know if you all have seen the news reports about Haiti. Haiti is collapsing. I mean, the circumstances there are just dire. And one African immigrant said that in 5 to 10 years, the African...
Did my sound go out, or was that hers?
No, it's you, because she's still talking.
She's still talking. Go ahead, continue, Miss Maya.
Yeah, he's concerned that in about perhaps 5, 10, 15 years, there will be countries in the African continent that will be collapsing as well. And so they really want FBA to invest, but it's something that just can't be done overnight. It would take a substantial infusion of cash, and it would have to be a long-term investment for many of those countries because of not just outdated infrastructure, but no infrastructure at all in some of those countries. So,
right. And not too many incentives are given out by their cultures that are encouraging us to come, but yet and still, if you have a white investor or a white country coming in, they get all kind of incentives.
Facts. And I was going to say that because, I mean, you have the Chinese that are already over there and they're building infrastructure, but at the same time, too, they're giving out contracts that basically say, hey, if you don't pay us, we're going to take control over this.
Yeah.
It's ours. And so they expecting us to be a little bit more lenient in once again, they're looking for us to invest because they're looking for us to be exploited in that regard. Because a lot of us that do go over there are being exploited to the point where a lot of us have to come back.
Right, and that's the point. We'll go over to Africa in reverence. Oh, this is the motherland. Oh, this is where my ancestors started. So we'll go over there in reference. They come over here to fucking take advantage of and pilfer the United States. They don't come over here with the same reverence as maybe us going to our cultural roots based on our ancestry or whatever, and kind of honoring, this historical journey that our family has had. We go over there in reverence. They don't come over here in reverence. They come over here because it's the YT man's land, not ours. And they have that mentality of conquering and taking and dismantling things without honoring the black people that allowed them to come in to do that. Go ahead.
Do you think it's most Africans? Are you talking about Africans or certain black immigrants in general?
Both. In general.
Generalize and say that it's all African or Caribbean immigrants. But what I will say is that there does appear to be a need or an agenda, I should say, with many African immigrants. They see their country is about. They see their country is about to collapse. I mean, they sense it. They know what's going on, and and oftentimes when you talk to them, they will prop up their country and say, how it's the land of milk and honey. But there are some serious problems there, and they need an infusion of cash. And the multinational corporations that have invested in their country, it's been predatory capitalism. They just extract the resources, they take the money, and they go. They're not rebuilding Africa or the Caribbean, and that's the problem. And they're hoping that that we will do it, that we will come and do it. So I just wanted to just share that with you all.
I
And
agree with
I
you.
believe that we can do it. I mean, but we just have to do it the same way that the other corporations are doing it. Just like with Jamaica. Okay, you go to Jamaica, as they say, all of these resorts are being built on Jamaica, and they don't have control over their beaches. Okay, so it's the corporations. They're coming over there. They have their own people. They have their own business models. They pull their own resources together, and then they go and then they implement and they set up, the resorts. They set up the commercial buildings, the high rises, and because they're able to set up their own infrastructure there, they're able to benefit off of it. And a lot of times, because I'm here in Panama, and what I see is you have a few expats that are retired that will, invest in real estate, or they'll, start a business or something. But then when you try to get the other Black expats to be able to do the same thing, they're saying, nah, I'm done. I done worked my, 40 years. We leaving that up to you. Y'all the younger generation have to do that. I'm just trying to retire and live my life as it is. So, but you have on the flip side, the white tea expats, they will always come together and find an area and pull their resources together and go gentrify that whole area. And all we do is we just become consumers of the area that they gentrify. And I think that's one of the things that does need to change, that we need to be able to come and start gentrifying pooling our resources and gentrifying areas ourselves.
Right.
Hold on,
what she
Black
was
man.
saying real quick, what she was saying is absolutely true. A lot of cultures come over here. I know I've heard Kanal say it. I've heard several people, Caribbeans and Haitians are coming over and we're excelling. We're making all kind of money. We're doing so great. But they won't go back home and fix the countries they came from.
Hold on.
But they'll encourage American, like Maya said, to go over to their country and help rebuild and infuse cash into their society and their infrastructures. But they have successful, well-adjusted immigrant Americans that came from those cultures that won't go back to do it themselves. Now you can go, KB.
Sure. To answer Maya's question, and I'm Haitian, so I'll illuminate a little bit. Yeah. It's twofold, right? First, typically, at least me personally in my life, I've never really seen too many situations where Blacks or FBAs or ADOS are being asked to invest within the Caribbean and into places like Haiti and whatnot. The problem with these places,
really?
To be completely honest with you, not really. Not really. Maybe I'm not saying that there aren't people who are saying this, but I don't know if it's the majority. I've seen this very, very rarely. But to illuminate, it's a problem of both corruption and I think a history of colonialism. People will say we can infuse capital into the country, but the problem is all the money essentially gets stolen, right? Before it even touches anything or does anything that it can even do with. One example is one senator who essentially sold the rights of the airport in Port-au-Prince, the main airport, for 99 years. He had no authorization, and he got a kickback from the deal as well. This was during the previous administration, right? And people will say things like they need to go back and fix their own countries. It's not because Haitians haven't tried in the past to fix their own countries. Significant efforts have been made, like in the Lavalas party, right? Before I left Haiti, they had the Lavalas party. A coup was done within Haiti to overthrow the Lavalas party, right? And the United States government and the Clinton administration immediately recognized the new Haitian government after the coup. Additionally, it was found out that the person who organized the coup, the then general, was within the pockets of the CIA for the past 20, 30 years, from the time he was a colonel within the Haitian military. Or we can even go as far as back. How many people know that within the 20th century, Haiti was occupied for 30 years? There was the first Haitian occupation within the 19th century, and then there was the second Haitian occupation after World War I and II. And this was over the course of 30 years. And even after the occupation, U.S.-backed dictators were placed within Haiti. Dictators like François Duvalier, and then his son Jean-Claude Duvalier. François managed to maintain power within Haiti through a military junta, and was supplied weapons from the U.S. government because the U.S. felt threatened in having the exact same situation in Cuba happen in Haiti as well. So it's not, yeah.
Are you saying that wouldn't have happened if they didn't interfere?
No, it would not have happened if they did not interfere into the politics of Haiti to install these people. That's what I'm saying. So while I can agree and say that, yes, FBAs and ADOS are very right in what they're saying, I'm not going to come in and say that, the immigrants that are flowing into the United States, take even somewhere like Colombia or Guatemala or Panama with its canal. Guatemala had 3 lawfully elected presidents overthrown by U.S.-backed forces and within the CIA. Not just Guatemala, but even Colombia. Part of the major problems that Colombia had today with the rise of Escobar and the narco traffickers was specifically due to the U.S. supporting a crushing and brutal dictatorship within Colombia to essentially pull these countries into their own sphere of power and prevent any transformative change or popular change that could have happened within those countries. And if there was change that did happen, they went in with U.S. forces to overthrow that lawfully elected government or any revolution that could have changed the country to something better, like what they did in Afghanistan. But what do you think, Maya?
Okay, I cannot contest the history of U.S. intervention. I am not going to dispute what you said.
Cape Approach is in the back. Sorry, Maya. Cape Approach is in the back. I don't know if you brought him up or not. Black Cleaner.
I'll drop down so he can come up.
No, there's only 6 people. There's more. You can bring up to 10 people in the room. You ain't got to come
Who's educated Pookie?
I don't know if that's Cape Approach or not. An educated Pookie could be everybody, even including Nakneezy. You got to ask him.
You need to cam up. If you don't cam up, I'm not going to allow you on because we don't need any.
Just for a second, you ain't get to cam up on the show, but you need to cam up so we know who you are.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Maya. I'm sorry. We did housekeeping.
Oh, no, that's fine. I guess what my point is, at this point, Haiti has to be the one to liberate Haiti. Another country can't do it. And there will be possibly U.S. interference, but the people of Haiti have to fight for their country and attempt to neutralize whatever issues that the United States attempts to bring. But I just think there's a sense that Haiti feels that blaming other countries is a reason for them not to try and fight for their country. That's all I have to say. And it's really hard because I see the reports coming out of Haiti. I understand the conditions, but Haiti has to liberate, the Haitians have to liberate Haiti.
Nice.
I like
appreciate that.
Coming to the stage.
I think that is a big ignorant, because I think many people say,
Bro,
yeah,
you can't say that.
I think it is, because I think many people would say the same thing about blacks in this country, but we
And
know
that's what we're
different-
doing.
But no, I think it would be an unfair statement to say that about black people, because it's not true that there hasn't been attempts at liberation by black people for black people.
I never said you all did not attempt to liberate yourself. I said at this present time, Haitians have to liberate Haiti. You have, yeah, I never said you did.
And let's leave the black people in the United States alone. We're only 12% of the population. How do you expect 12% of the population to overthrow a whole fucking government? Stop it.
Well,
You ever seen the movie 300?
How do you expect a country that sends
You
Bush
guys
fighters
own the
to another
country. What are you
weapons?
talking about? It's full of your people. It's not an outside faction. Haitians are Haitians.
What do you mean? They've been
Bro,
occupied for
how many
30
different
years.
how many
30
different
years in the 20th
how many different
century
cultures
alone.
in the United States versus in Haiti?
No. Hold on.
How many
Because
different races are in Haiti
I
versus the United States? What is the controlling population in
Wait,
Haiti?
Ronan.
Haitians?
Wait, Ronan. I think the bigger factor is not the. I mean, I get where you're going. Obviously, as far as Black Americans are a vast minority, even Latinos outnumber us. Blah blah blah. I get it, but I think the more important thing, whether you're talking about South Africa or Haiti or any country across the world, the more important thing is who has the resources in that country and who has the weaponry, and on top of that, as a cherry on top, the backing of the American government. So even let's say you're in some third world country and I'm from the Congo and we're 70% of the country, but 30% of the country is Greek and they control 80% of the resources, and they're backed by Israel and America, and they're backed by other powerful, European countries or whatever. So us having 70% of the manpower doesn't matter when they have Israeli drones, they have American factions doing shadow wars against us. It wouldn't matter. Like that's a disingenuous framing of it.
Just
like I'd rather be in the 30% with the best military weaponry and 80% of the resources against the majority of the country, and most of them are below the poverty line.
Again,
and they can't defend
you're
themselves.
70% of the population, and you still have things to overshadow.
No, I'm just saying.
I know you're using that as an example, just like I'm using an example of what.
No, the other dude that I didn't want him to drop off.
Overthrow the government. No, he's here. KB's right here.
No, Ron, I was just saying the dude that dropped off. I didn't want him to drop. I was finished my point. He could pick it up from there. I didn't want him to. My bad. Go ahead.
I mean, both points are disingenuous. I just matched it.
Got my mom
You get what I'm saying?
riled up. That's all.
Both points are disingenuous. I just matched it. You can't say 12% of the population is going to overthrow a company, just like 70% of the population can't control a country if 30% is being backed by international means, right?
I don't know if you know this, that unauthorized, there's a U.S. military base at the Port-au-Prince airport right now. I don't know if you know that.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
Your point being what?
It's an unauthorized U.S. military Air Force base right now. And in fact, many
unauthorized by who?
Unauthorized by the
government is fucked up right now. Your government is about to fall apart. Okay, so
that
who
gives you
authorized
right
it?
to
Why
come-
is it now unauthorized instead of something like we're monitoring the situation so it doesn't go too far out of hand to help out the people of need?
But you see, who gives because you see, this is the problem, right? You come into the country.
See, they want United States aid, but when the United States go over to help set up aid, because you just said, and everybody else is saying, they can forecast that Haiti is gonna fall. So when Haiti falls, who's gonna get asked to show up but the United States? So when we preempt an issue by showing up early and setting up some kind of resource to get things in and out of the country, y'all got a fucking problem with that too, right?
So you overthrow the lawfully elected government. After you overthrow it, recognize the new government that you set in place. Then you send aid into the country.
I'm not
the United States.
The United States.
The United States sends
I have nothing to do with the United States policies. I'm
Wait,
just one American.
They send it in, and then they say, well, the country's just not so good. But you
Haitian dude on the I can't see the names because the comments in the way, so I can't see the names.
Oh, this is KB. You're talking about KB.
KB, that's the Haitian dude.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, just to be clear, I'm Black American. I'm not Haitian. Now I have dated 2 Haitian women. My most recent girlfriend was Haitian, but I'm not Haitian, so I can't speak on it I can only speak on it from dating chicks that were Haitian and hearing their family talk about it. Like whatever. The dude, I was agreeing with KB because Ronan, your points don't hit that hard because in the past 15 years, in terms of American and Haitian relations, when Americans claim to be helping Haitians, it was Hillary and Bill Clinton and Bill Gates doing questionable projects in Haiti, and journalists in America were literally analyzing the money and that they were spending on quote unquote donations and volunteer work and quote unquote whatever and quote unquote humanitarian work and blah blah blah. Now I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole because I don't care about politics that much anymore. All I'm saying is your whole point about Americans or the American government coming to save Haiti because no one else will after it inevitably collapses, your point doesn't hit as hard as you think because in recent memory, the Americans government with the Haitian government or helping them or whatever, it's not that positive. Like, and I'm not just saying this as some, extreme leftists or whatever. This is like a common thing that most Americans agree on. Like, yeah, Democrats and Republicans agree. Yeah. Hillary and Bill Clinton and Bill Gates, all those thousands or millions of dollars they spent down in Haiti, quote unquote, building housing and doing this and that. It is questionable because it didn't really lead to any positive results. So I don't know. Again, I don't know if they used it for tax write-offs and this and that. I don't know I don't know. I'm not saying it was trafficking. I'm just saying your point didn't hit that hard. America, Ronan, the rest of the world does not see America as Captain America the way you see it. And I love America. And by the way, I love America. You're talking about a president. Hold up. You're talking about a president that said Haiti's a shithole country. That's the person that's running the country right now. That's the person that's making all these decisions. Whether Trump said it or not, a lot of ignorant people think that regardless, whether Trump said it or not, I don't care whether one person said it. A lot of people agree with it. So that's fine. A lot of Haitian people have way more balls than any American subculture, whether it's I could go down the list. I'm not going to single anybody out. But Haiti's the only people that actually had a full-scale revolt against their colonizers. But I mean, not only in the entire world, I'm saying compared to us. So a lot of you Americans that be talking tough and this and that, y'all should just humble yourselves and not judge Haiti so harshly because again, as a Black American, yes, our ancestors had a lot of balls too. Yes. I mean, my grandmother was interracially dating in the 40s. She didn't care what white men thought because she was like, yeah, this Asian dude I'm dating is cuter than y'all, whatever. Even and they didn't lynch her, they didn't hurt her. I mean, she lived till she was like 80 or something. But anyway, so I get it from all sides. I'm just saying the rest of the world does not see America the way you see it, Ronan. And look, if
How do you
Haiti
perceive
collapses,
hold
I
on.
want
First of all,
America to. I would
let's be
rather
clear.
America send
Let's be clear.
Haiti.
How do you think I see
I
America?
would rather America
Wait,
send
wait.
Haiti $500
Before,
million than
how
send
do you
$500 million
think I
to
see
Israel.
America?
That's my opinion.
Wait, before you form an opinion, how do you think I see America? How do you think I see America?
I'm not saying you see it as like a MAGA supporter. I'm not being extreme. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm just saying the way you framed it was a little naive because let's just say in 2 years, America comes to save Haiti and they're the only major nation that gives them significant funding to rebuild their economy and blah, blah,
What
blah.
happened?
I'm saying, let's just say that's the case. I'm saying it would be received as a mixed bag of results from the population because yes, they would be happy, but again, in the last 15, 20 years, America and Haiti's relationship has not been the greatest because all of that supposed humanitarian work that Hillary and Bill Clinton were doing in the past 25 years, it didn't amount to any positive work. Now, maybe some American contractors got some good contracts to build some meaningless hotels in Haiti or something. I don't know. I'm just saying from the ground, liberals and conservatives both agree that Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Bill Gates, when they did all and I'm just, you can Google just, Bill Gates Foundation, Haiti, blah, 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 whatever. And I'm not saying to go down the conspiracy theory route. I'm just saying on just looking at the financials, all that money they spent, did it help the economy? Did it raise education? Did any specific regions in Haiti improve in any metrics, whether it's reading level, literacy, access to water, access? Like I'm just saying. That's it. I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be a Bernie bro. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
I'm listening, but go ahead, Maya.
Yeah, you know what? I can't see his name because of.
You gotta drop
it's Pookie. It's Pookie. It's Pookie.
Okay.
The comment.
I do not disagree with anything you have to say about Bill and Hillary Clinton. And and they their agenda really did harm the Haitian economy. And because I'm an elder, I do recall this.
Oh Lord Jesus.
One thing that Bill Clinton did was president was that he flooded the market, the Haitian market, with rice produce from the farmers in Arkansas. They were given preferential trade contracts to sell Arkansas rice in Haiti, and that did destabilize their rice economy. And Bill Clinton, he did apologize. He did apologize for that. Now, here's
but all them political ties he had back in Arkansas and all them rich white sponsors he had, I'm sure they loved that. But he apologized, so we'll give him credit. Okay. Not to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he did apologize. Yeah. I'm not saying that his apology certainly did not compensate the loss for Haiti. But here's what I want you to consider. The Congressional Black Caucus has a significant number of Caribbeans who have been elected to Congress. there were
And I don't like a lot of them, by the way. Not them in particular. I'm saying the Congressional Black Caucus as a whole, period. Like the American ones, it don't even matter. Just as a whole, most of them are sellouts.
Okay,
But go ahead.
Let her finish though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, just let me finish my point. There are a number of elected leaders from the Caribbean in the Congressional Black Caucus that they could have used their leverage to fight for Haiti and get them the aid and favorable trade contracts. And that didn't happen. And those elected leaders, they were more concerned about their own individual enrichment.
Exactly. Thank you.
And so you can't blame that on Black Americans. Okay? Some of the responsibility has to do with the people who are being elected into Congress. And those people are Haitian Americans who are citizens. So that's just the point that I wanted to make.
Oh no, she was cooking. She was cooking.
I'd like to add to that. This is the thing why I don't take it personal. We as Black Americans can't take the faults of all the things globally that happen to other Black people, but young immigrants like to infuse that as we had a choice in it. We're 12% of the population. We don't have that many votes when it comes to congressional laws or even sitting on the Senate. Okay? So when you say America did this in reference to Black Americans or FBAs, has nothing to do with us, and that needs is in the back. So that has nothing to do with us specifically as Black Americans, cause and effect what's going on in these countries. So I don't take offense to what you guys are talking about. You know, I understand what my country does. I understand who runs it. That's the thing. We're not delusional in the fact that we know who runs our country.
Oh yeah, I agree with that, Ronan. Yeah, all of that I agree with. I can't even. I'm not. You said it. Yeah, I'm not even going to add nothing to it.
Even while I was in the military, you know how many times I had to fight off racism and all the shit that goes along in the military, where you get favoritism and everything else that goes along in government agencies. Come on, man. You know, I'm not delusional in the fact that I know who this country is and who owns it, and we exist in it. But we know how to exist in the culture to where we can benefit from it or extort it. Hey, Black Cleaner, did you know Nakneezy is in the back? Black Cleaner.
Hold on. I'm getting there.
All right. But go ahead. Sorry, Educated Pookie or anybody else?
Oh yeah, no. I agree with that, because obviously on the other side, in our case, it's a whole, you know, because with any geopolitical situation, like when I was talking about the Haitian stuff earlier, obviously that was in context of whatever we was talking about earlier. But with us specifically, I didn't even add anything to what you said, because you already concisely put it perfectly. So, because like you said, like given our size relative to the whole population at whatever time in history you want to point at or point to, we did the most with like when even just, not to be funny, but when Kanye said slavery was a choice and this and that, whatever. Well, Kanye, obviously it was a choice because, well, I'm not, I don't mean literally. I'm saying, let me finish. Obviously Kanye, there are people that whether they got away safely and escaped to the north in the Underground Railroad, or he lucked out and, you know, he had a northern owner buy him and move him to Maryland, and this whatever. Like, or a dude that violently revolted in Mississippi in 17 or 1827 and this whatever. There are plenty of examples of slaves who tried to get away successfully, tried to get away and got lynched, got away once and then got caught later, and then got brought back to the South years later. Like it, at any given point, there were either individual black men or small coalitions of black men and black women who revolted or, boycotted or, built a Black Wall Street in Tulsa or built a Black Wall Street in some small town in Tennessee or Mississippi or South Carolina or yada yada or Baltimore or whatever. So our population, given its size, maximized what it could do at the time. They pushed through a lot of laws that other minorities benefited from, whether it be Asians and the Japanese people after the internment stuff, and they got reparations and this and that and blah, blah, whatever. So,
Right.
or Italians, when Italians, came from being considered a minority to white people, and Italians started.
Right.
What? So,
But educator, let me
yeah.
say this real quick. and it
I'm
goes
just
to
saying.
what we're trying-
I
No,
just want to make it
I'm
clear.
adding
I want to
to-
give
I'm
Black
adding to what
Americans
you're
their
saying.
credit
Right.
as well.
And I'm
obviously.
adding to what you're
So,
saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, historically, nobody's ever paid for a study or statistic to show how many slaves actually tried or attempted to free themselves or escape to either Canada or the North. But right now it says that there are 40 to 100,000 enslaved people that successfully escaped to the North or Canada in the Underground Railroad. So that's documented. Now, like you were saying, there's so many other undocumented
So that makes my point even better.
Right, exactly. That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
that makes my point even. Yeah,
because we got to understand who controls history, but the ones that win or are writing it. Okay, so that's why we have to continue to tell our stories. We have to continue to do our own deep end research based off of the stories that are being told, because there are sub stories behind those those stories that are being told in the books. Okay, but go ahead, Nat. Welcome to the board. Welcome to the panel.
Hey, brother, I'm driving right now. I'll be in my destination in like 15 minutes, and I'll link back in.
All right, no problem. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I just wanted to add to your point there, educated.
Right. I'll add something too, because I think you brought up a good point, educated. Right, and I think it's something that we need to consider, right, and think about a little bit, right? So, when you say things like, for example, I understand that while Americans, and this is all Americans, I think they're mostly good people. In that, whether nowadays, anyways, whether especially Black Americans, if they were to think that, hey, and they were given an opportunity to vote, where they would say, do you think we should do X within this country, but in exchange we get X amount lower in oil prices or X amount, geopolitical favors down the line, right? I think most people would say, no, we wouldn't want something like that, right? I think most people strive to be moral. But when you really take a look at, one good example of this in history is Panama, and what Roosevelt did in Panama in, preventing those people from being able to, develop their country. Gunboat diplomacy, where he showed up with the Navy and he said, well, if you don't open this canal and, let's negotiate, then I'm essentially going to come in and ravage your country with the Navy and bombard you with shells until you comply. While true, most Americans it was extremely controversial at the time, and most Americans did not agree with it. At the end of the day, with the shipping ports and things like that, many Americans, even till the day, enjoy a lot of those shipping ports and shipping lanes that allowed America to be developed. Even things like the current crisis in Venezuela with the Venezuelan oil. We specifically went in there in order and destabilized a government to essentially, and we put in another corrupt dictator there in Delcy to essentially make sure that we get shipments of oil out of Venezuela into the United States to help ameliorate the situation. And that oil goes into our rubber manufacturing, road and asphalt manufacturing here, and it goes directly into the gasolines in our car. So even for someone like me who didn't even get an opportunity to vote on whether I wanted this to happen and don't agree with it, I benefit. And we should just recognize
true.
that. That's all.
But also, KB,
And you
I
were
want to
right.
say
You didn't want it to happen, but sometimes the government is, darkness or velvet. Is the velvet glove in with the iron fist. They go out and just do these things because they think that it will benefit the national security. And in a way, in a twisted way, look how much flack Trump is getting right now, or Joe Biden got, just because the oil prices went up. And people voted and said they didn't want this. But then at the same time, when it comes to going into Venezuela and places like that, they'll go in because that's going to translate into lower oil prices, which translates to victory during elections. Complicated. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say one thing. I agree with all that. I was just gonna say, as far as the modern times, a lot of Americans agree on a lot of topics, but like if you just get consumed with the algorithm, you would think like, oh my God, like half the country is stupid and half the country supports Trump and what. I mean, obviously some of them do, but like when you factor in that like over a third of the, like I forget what it is, like maybe between a third and a half of the country doesn't even vote. And a lot of the non-voters actually do agree with like the actual voters that agree on reasonable things. Like even stuff like you could name, like whether it's late term abortion or this, or my bad, late term whatever, or like, oh, would you want to have a 4-day work week, or do you want to improve the public transportation in your city, or do you want to do like just a bunch of random policies? Most Americans, like some of these, like 80-90% of Americans agree, like Republicans, independents, Democrats. But the reason you would never know that is because most of the people they elect, they only serve a small portion of Americans. So like whether I elect a Democrat, a Republican, a Libertarian, for the most part, it doesn't matter. They're only serving, like, even if I elect a Democrat, they're probably a limousine liberal. So they might give me lip service or say some stuff they think I want to hear, and that has to do with, or maybe not me because I'm a black man, but maybe stuff that they think, women want to hear, or, minority women want to hear, whatever, to get their votes. But like they're a limousine liberal. Their donors are rich. They all go to the same parties as the rich Republicans and the rich celebrities that are all cool, like all the moderates and centrists that are in the middle, quote unquote, middle of the road. And when it comes to stuff that, negatively affects like middle class or working class people, all of those politicians vote the same on the bills. So it's like, it's not really like when people say, "Oh, you're a liberal, you're this." And obviously, I'm not a liberal. Like I'm literally an independent. But when people say, "Oh, you're a liberal, you're this," or when I say I'm pro-gun, and they're like, "Oh, wait, oh no, you're a black Republican." I'm like, "No, idiot, I'm pro-gun. That's it. I'm just like I'm not. I don't think I've ever voted for one Republican. Like I voted for one libertarian in my entire life." And that was like a local election, and he would just happen to be the best person. But anyway, that was a local election. But
I know.
yeah, but you get my point though.
Don't be ashamed to be an independent.
America's population has never been represented in their Congress. So America's Congress serves the billionaires and the lobbyists. They don't serve the American people. So even if we all agree on every policy, it wouldn't matter anyway. Because even if you had a good politician that was going to really serve the people, they will probably get unalived before they got the chance to really do anything.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me explain.
So
you touched on a really good point,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
This is a little bit of like a political science thing, right? Where what's currently happening, the reason why we're seeing such extreme policies and extreme, like why we can't seem to get things through that, a lot of people agree with, is it's 2 points. Right now in America, number one is primaries. You are either a registered Democrat or registered Republican, and these are closed primaries, meaning you have to be registered in order to vote. So, and second is uncompetitive seats. In places like Texas or Florida, basically whoever, if it's a hard D or hard R, then pause. Then at that point, whoever wins the primary is gonna be the one who essentially wins the election. So if you are in, say, California, for example, you'll see crazy policies like 100% EVs in the next 10 years, indigenous peoples and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Policies that don't
Yeah, they got some weird laws in California.
Exactly, because the most important thing is a Democrat's always going to win. And the people who are going to participate in primaries, they're always going to be a minority and just extremely political. So because of that, once those politicians win the primary, they get out into the national stage or the state level, and they push through policies that primary voters want, but that not necessarily statewide voters want. This is how you get situations like that where, no one wants to go fight in Israel, but Israel helped that particular politician win his primary. So that's going to be who he goes with to, he's going to send support to Israel. Because regardless, as long as he wins the primary, you're going to vote for him anyways. It's not like you're going to vote for another Democrat.
Exactly. And a bunch of the Republicans just voted to merge the American military with the, the I real people, because I don't know how you, whatever. I'm trying to keep them people off my back. I'm just saying, because I am a leftist, so they may target me. I'm just, but anyway, I'm just saying that. I'm just saying, if 200 Democrats voted to merge the American military with another foreign military, whether it was the I people or anybody else, all the conservatives on YouTube will be calling Democrats, traitors. They're treasonous. They have no backbone, no spine. They're giving our sovereignty to another foreign government. They're in cahoots with another country, yada, yada, yada. But because Republicans were the majority that voted for that bill, of course, conservatives aren't going to say anything about it. So it's just independents like me bringing it up, and then I have to argue with Democrats and Republicans on both sides arguing with me because neither of them want to admit that their party is a bunch of corrupt, brainwashed scammers and yada yada and nepo babies, et cetera, like. And I went to school with some of these people I probably went to college with, or some of these people. If I went to like a mock law class, I was like, yo, I remember this nerdy dude 20 years ago in college, and now he's a congressman in Tennessee, and he's screwing over poor people in Tennessee because he's getting sponsored by so and so company in that city or that region or whatever. But anyway, But go ahead, KB. You was cooking, though, KB.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Guys, is this a political show or the one about black fatigue? Because all I'm hearing is liberal Democrat.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad for the political rant, Ronan. If you want to, pivot.
Well, we can spin the block since Magnesi's back on here, but yeah, we segued a little bit and got into a little bit more of the immigrant portion of it. But what do you feel about the whole FBA versus the tethers and the fight for reparations?
Oh man, FBA or Black Americans, African Americans, it's all the same thing. It's us, it's Black Americans that have a history of slavery in America against basically immigrants that come that are not down with the program. And look, some of them are with it, and some of them aren't. I just think the ones who don't appreciate what our ancestors did in America, should just go back home. But a lot of them are economic leeches that don't appreciate the carpet that we laid down for them. As far as reparations, some of them try to lump themselves in to our reparations claim. They try to claim that they're Black Americans, the original Black Americans. All that's a bunch of nonsense. I come from a place where we had a lot of immigrants, right? Where I lived was called Little Caribbean in Flatbush. And a lot of them are cool, but then you have some that have real anti-Black American sentiment. And those people, be a proud Haitian in Haiti. That's all I want to see. I want to see a proud Jamaican in Jamaica, not on Flatbush Avenue. That's it.
Right, that part.
And somebody, I want to say this too. Someone made, I guess, they tried to insinuate that Black Americans didn't fight for our freedom or something like that. Look, man, I think this whole Haitian revolution thing is overstated. It's way overstated. Because you
cut out, man. I don't know if you're moving or you're moving around or whatever, but you just cut out for a second.
saying, shout out to those that fought, but every single diasporan group on every country has fought for their freedom. What are Haitians doing today to liberate themselves instead of kissing the ass of the African Union that rejected them twice? Then I think Kenya finally sent some troops. The troops are getting washed in Port-au-Prince. Haiti is an unlawful land, and the Haitians present day have themselves to look at as that. All these Haitians in the diaspora, ain't doing nothing for their country. Be a proud Haitian and fix your country, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Ignorant take, but okay.
Well, it's not ignorant. Ignorant means lack of knowledge. Show me where I have a lack of knowledge.
Well, I mean, Haitian occupation, and also as well, there's been multiple times within United States history where Haiti and the surrounding nations have tried to do for themselves, but the United States has blocked it several times.
Wait, hold on. Who's this?
Me.
Of course, KB.
Oh, it's KB. Hey, how you doing, KB?
How you doing?
Oh, the age shamer. What's up, brother? We're going, brother. So presently, could your first point, I believe, was occupation or something like that?
Yes. The first point was
who's currently occupying Haiti, brother?
Whoa, hold on now. See, that was a nice sleight of hand, but I didn't say that anyone was currently occupying Haiti.
Oh, you said occupation. I'm talking about today. Y'all keep bringing me back to 1840.
What do you mean? So slavery happened since 1776 and was outlined in 1865. I don't begrudge you.
Right.
I understand.
No, y'all were slaves too.
Go ahead.
Well, you see, but that's
and it was 1609 or even before that, brother, because the Dutch were there in America prior.
Agreed. No issues. Agreed. Right.
Okay.
And I agree that afterward Jim Crow and the Black Codes. Agreed. Right. But what I'm saying is that even if we take it away from somewhere like Haiti, right, and we look at countries such as Colombia and Guatemala, right?
Mm-hmm.
We just take it away from Haiti. Just in Guatemala alone, throughout.
Wait, no. I like to keep it on Haiti, sir.
Okay.
I don't want to jump around Latin America.
Well, no.
I'm right now. We're baking up mud cookies. Let's keep it on mud cookie land.
Yeah,
let's go.
The concept.
No, you didn't say mud cookie land.
Yes, mud cookie land.
No. The concept that I'm trying to get across to you, right?
Yes.
The concept is that it's not due to lack of effort that these countries are in their situations. It's due to active interference by U.S. forces. Within the Lavalas Party, in the past. This was 2005 to 2007, the Haitian Revolution. The colonel that orchestrated that coup was a U.S.-backed CIA informant since the time he was a colonel within the Haitian military. After the then lawfully elected president left to the United States on a diplomatic mission, the then Clinton administration recognized that new administration as the new administration of Haiti, basically exiling the then president who had to flee to France. So
You're talking about which one? Which president was that? He was pretty good, I thought. What's his name?
Name escapes me, but yeah, 2004.
Now, is that Aristide?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. A black American gotta fucking call your own president out. You're welcome.
Oh, come on, what?
Continue. Let me ask you a question. Who installed Papa Doc and Baby Doc Duvalier, and who sicked the Tonton Macoute on the Haitian people? Was it America?
It was backed by the U.S. government, yes. And who you're talking about, that's the son. So Claude is the son of Francois. Francois was installed by the U.S. government between the 40s and the 60s in order to prevent the same situation that happened in Cuba from happening in Haiti. Yes.
It seems to me like the Haitians' biggest problem are Haitians that ain't down for Haiti.
Oh, Lord.
On the continent and away from, on Haiti or in Haiti and away from Haiti. Y'all got a lot of historical stuff, but y'all don't have any modern solutions.
That's everybody's problem, though.
Wait, you've been cutting everyone off, and that's not gonna happen with me, brother. KB
That's
and I
everybody's problem.
Wait.
Sorry, it's a fact.
KB and I are having a conversation. Just fall back. I done heard you cut off the black woman.
Yeah, and I hear you being disingenuous
and I heard you talking over. I heard you talking over Ronan. It's not going to happen with me. Allow KB and myself to have a conversation.
No,
I don't even know who you are.
Being disingenuous. If anyone needs to talk, it's KB.
Let the Haitians.
Yes, let KB talk. Yes, you're right. You're right. I agree with you. You know what?
And he and I
That's
are
the
having a
smartest thing you
conversation.
said all night.
And he and I are having a conversation.
Yeah, that's the smartest thing you said. Let KB talk. Shut up and let KB talk.
Mind your business. Mind your business. We've been having a conversation. Then you button your big ass nose in the mix.
No, it wasn't an honest. It's an honest conversation
Well,
on
let
KB's
KB have the conversation. Stop dick riding, homie.
And it's a disingenuous conversation on your half.
Stop dick riding. Let KB handle it.
Analytic here. Okay.
Hey, Knack. Let's keep it at an elevated level. Hey, let's keep this conversation.
Wait, Ronan, was that not a neutral observation, Ronan?
No, it's not neutral when two grown men are having a conversation.
No, are you a grown man? Are you not able to be logical?
Hey, yo, man, shut the fuck
Wait, no,
up.
Ronan, hold on.
right,
Did you not hear my?
right,
Did anyone?
we don't-
Did y'all not hear my statement?
Educated Pookie, come on, let Carl be.
And I agree,
Educated.
but
Let Carl be. Let Carl
Okay,
be.
I'll let KB cook you.
Oh, come on.
I'll let KB cook you.
fine.
You're right. Okay, you're right.
All right, come on, just let him.
Just a little
let him
bit.
have the opportunity to kind of bring up his point, and because maybe
Right,
I
come
can
on,
change
y'all. Like, what we
his
doing?
point of view.
Come on now.
KB and I can have conversations. He and I already have a rapport.
Yeah,
I can throw a shot. He can throw a shot, and we're men.
So you have a rapport with him, and you're still being disingenuous?
No, it's not. Well, first of all, why are you still talking to me, homie?
No, hold on, Ronan. He's being
Ronan.
He's being disingenuous with someone he
conversation.
already has a rapport with. So that means
Oh
can't be trusted.
No,
No,
your
you
mother
just
can't be trusted,
admitted
bitch ass nigga. How
you
about that?
already
Mac.
you just admitted you already have a rapport with him. So if you already have a rapport with him, why are you framing everything through a biased lens? Why aren't you just having a neutral conversation?
KB is the one that should be talking about this.
You
Not
act
you.
like the CIA
Not you.
doesn't.
Not you.
Damn-
Not you.
Please.
Nakmeezy,
All right,
if the
This
CIA
ain't your
wanted to shut you
conversation.
down, you will be
This ain't your
detained.
conversation. This
Nakmeezy,
ain't
the
your
CIA
conversation.
will
This is
detain you in
KB.
less than 60
Oh my
seconds if
God.
they
Who the
wanted to,
fuck is
bro.
this
Stop
dude,
it.
man?
You're not invincible. Stop it. Y'all act like
What are you
y'all want to
talking about?
downplay the CIA. Y'all stop it.
No one's downplaying anything.
Suffering that
But I
Black
was
people
having a
faced so
conversation
long
with
ago.
KB,
It wasn't. It is
and
still
you
happening
jumping in
She
it.
looked good, by the
today.
way.
We
But
have
go
Black
ahead,
folks
go
in
ahead.
American jails right now that are doing slave labor. Go to Anguilla. I've been there. They have literally prison guards on horses as folks are in the are on the cotton field, like are literally picking cotton, right? Are playing slave games, and they're running away from bulls in order to get more time with their family. This is America in every way.
Yeah, preach. And what's frustrating is it's not just that Black people have had wealth and labor and resources and opportunity extracted from us, but it's also that at the same time that was happening to us, others were having that wealth and opportunity injected into their communities. There was like the Homestead Act, where while Black people are fighting for 40 acres and a mule, white people are being given stolen native land, like as if like thrown out of t-shirt cannons, as I write in Rooted. And so it's really frustrating to kind of hear that narrative of, well, I wasn't alive when, especially when I went to Yale, man, it was wild to realize like, oh, there are endowments that have been around since my ancestors were property. There are portfolios and investments that have been compounding interest all of this time while we have been scrounging for scraps.
What would
Now, can we continue having panel etiquette and having a good dialogue, please?
Yes. So
all right.
I wanna start by saying this, right? You know, what's important is understanding that no matter where anybody is in life or where their thoughts are, it's important not to kind of go in and just be like, you're doing this, you're doing that. It's important to just be like, okay, people can change as new information and new understanding come through. Nobody's gonna be perfect, and that's okay. When you get new information, you know, that is different from your point of view, it's important to incorporate that. And you know, from the past, I've seen that he has a little bit of a anti-immigrant tint or tilt, and he might have that because growing up in the neighborhood, even me, I didn't like Cubans, I didn't like Hispanics, because I always thought they were very racist until I got out of where I was and I went to other countries and started meeting more Hispanics and speaking the language, and I realized not all Hispanics are like that. And you can't just lump them in. Yes, Cubans and Hispanics in South Florida are some of the worst Hispanics out there, but they are a minority, a bourgeois class coming out of some of these countries, and you can't take that and be like, well, you know, they're this, they're that, and the other. So I understand where both sides are kind of coming from. I just think it's wrong to just say, you know, well, the Haitians need to go back and just fix their countries and fix this and fix that. Most people don't want to leave their country. Ask most Haitians and they'll say America. The United States is one of the most isolating places. There's no sense of community in the United States. Everyone just kind of keeps to themselves. Most Haitians, especially when they get old and have some money, they move back, you know? But, you know, Haiti in its current iteration isn't a failed state because they just sat around and didn't want to do anything. It's a failed state due to continuous involvement in hidden shadow wars that's put it in this condition. In the same way how you might have a Ukraine that is devastated by Russian troops, people need to understand that Haiti has been devastated by a shadow and constant state of war and conflict that hasn't really ceased. That's all.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Carl. Carl, you know, when I stated that Haitians have to liberate Haiti, it was if you felt that I was being
No,
critical or judgmental, I was not. But I think it's just time for some cold reality, particularly for immigrants and the children of immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. I don't know if you all have seen the U.S. Treasury report. The United States is insolvent. We don't have the money to help you. Okay? We are $40 trillion in debt. We pay $1 trillion annually in the interest rates on the loans that we have. There is no money to assist you. So it has to be private investors, but many Western economies, they are overextended. So all I can say is that Haiti has to develop itself. You know, there are, from what I understand, about 350,000 TPS holders who are subject to deportation.
Mm-hmm.
If they all go, we don't know. But there are news reports that there are a number of those people who are health care providers. Those health care providers, they have skills that are needed on the ground right now in Haiti. They have skills to help rebuild the country. So I understand that the truth may hurt, but that's just where we are right now. And I'll end there so someone else can comment.
See, Maya, I don't disagree with you, and I don't begrudge you. Don't think like I felt some type of. I don't hold on to grudges. But Maya, what if I told you right now that part of the reason why Haiti cannot have free and fair elections right now is precisely because the United States government helped install a de facto dictator right now, and that they've essentially stated that elections will not be happening until they feel like the country is in a stable sense.
Okay, that I will have to do research, and because I don't know that. If that is true, then that's a problem. Now, maybe you can answer this question.
Mm-hmm.
From what I read in one article, it stated that many of the elected leaders from Haiti, many of them, they're not living in Haiti. They are staying in the DR. Is that true?
Yes, it's probably true.
Okay, that's a problem when your elected leaders are not on home ground. So maybe that's a place to start. And that is to get your elected leaders to live in country or somehow replace them. But something has to start. I don't have all the answers, but the people of Haiti has to figure this out.
That's fair. That's true.
Yeah. Maya,
Anybody else have anything to add to that?
Miss Maya, keep showing up.
Hold on. What's going on? Adding to the stage. Who's this?
Black man.
I can't see the name. It says the Hughes. Hello? Are you there? Unmute yourself. Hold on 1 second. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, somebody's on here, but let me I cannot see it.
Stand down real quick, Martina.
Oh, okay. 1000 Air Radio. Are you there? If not, I'm about to remove you. Did you have anything to say to the panel? Hello? All right. So he's not on. Okay, I did have a video I was looking for while y'all was talking, but let me ask you a question, Miss Maya. What do you say? I heard you say that we owe $44 trillion. What do you say about the Black population being able to spend at least we're like 14. If we had our own nation, we would be 14 in GDP in terms of spending power.
I've heard 2 trillion in spending power. Where did the 14 come from?
That's saying no. I was saying that we would be 14th in the nation, in the world, in terms of our spending power of 2 trillion.
Oh, I see. You know, I would really love for FBAs to concentrate their money and invest it as a group in something. And I own real estate. That's what I can figure out. I don't understand crypto and a lot of other stuff. But wage work is not going to build wealth. We either have to start our own businesses or invest in businesses or something. That's just my answer. So, you know, we have to start pulling our money together so we can build wealth. Yeah.
I definitely agree with what you're saying. And I'm glad to know that you're in real estate, because next week's live, let me plug that in. Next Monday, we have a live that's going to be talking about real estate. The first Monday of every month, which, you know, I'm also in real estate. So, of course, for the landlords out here, shout out to all you landlords. The first of the month is a good month for us, because it's time for us to get our rent. But the title of next month is going to be The Lot or the Latte, which actually is based on this book called The Latte Factor, where they're saying basically if you save your money $7 over a period of time, you would be able to have enough money to be able to put a down payment on some real estate. And it also has something to do with what they call the lipstick effect, where they're saying that during hard times, what they started to notice was that even though a lot of markets was falling, that, you know, the sales of lipsticks and all of these other what they call these guilty pleasures were going up. And they were saying why? And they were saying because a lot of people felt that they was being priced out of the market, or they couldn't afford the market, but they could afford the $7 latte, or they could afford the $10 lipstick. So we're going to talk about, you know, basic ways of investing in real estate to where it is affordable. So yeah, I would love to have your perspective on that. But as far as this live, does anybody else have any? Because I see everybody else doesn't have any comments, so I'm going to start to close it out.
Yeah, I just had to
I
step away
really
for a
appreciate
minute.
having everybody on the panel.
I just had to step away for a minute, but I was listening in.
Okay.
On the combo that was going on between Carl B and Agnesi. I don't know if that got resolved or not, or the questions and
No, it didn't get resolved. I wanted to resolve it peacefully with Carl B.
now that the other party is gone, you guys might be able
perfect.
to finish that up.
Hey, KB, real quick, are you still there, brother?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, so like my point was that a lot of Haiti's problems are from Haitians themselves, right? And I mentioned Papa Doc and Baby Doc Duvalier. you said that the CIA installed, or you didn't say installed, but had something to do with Papa Doc coming in power, I guess.
His name is François. Yes.
I don't. The information that I have doesn't support that. I think he ran on an excuse the term, mulatto campaign, kind of like a pro-black campaign, because at the time the mulattoes were running Haiti, and then he got them out. So a lot of his opposition came from mulattoes, one who which flew with the Tuskegee Airmen and then came back and tried to overthrow him. And he had 5 Americans with him. So if anything, American influence tried to get him out of power. They failed, and then he put his son, Baby Doc Duvalier, in. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense. It's just not correct, and at least in the sense of Duvalier's politics. Two things can be.
I'm
true.
talking about how he got in. How did he? Because you said the CIA. I don't think that's true. Nothing that I see is saying that the CIA was involved. Where are your receipts?
Well, you can look at. You're not necessarily going to see it in unclassified documents, but it's not something that you can really get receipts for. It's not like there's going to be a document. No, it's true. But living in the country and being a countryman and seeing these things, I have people who are still alive today who live through it. It's not something that's going to be written down and they're going to be like, okay, on this day we sent this amount of arms and this amount of guns directly to you in exchange for political favor. It's not going to be something that's written down. But
all right, brother, so you have no receipts. Let me just wrap up and let me ask you if this makes sense. Did he not run on a pro-black ticket to put the power back into the hands of black Haitians? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Well, he did. He was against the mulatto ruling class, that same mulatto ruling class that negotiated with France to get France to back off, and they negotiated that fee that they had to pay to France for their loss of slave labor. So when you say that the CIA helped, that doesn't make sense. The CIA, it was a guy named Pasquat or something like that, with 5 American soldiers tried to take him out because he was becoming an autocrat. Okay? And when he was out, actually, I don't want to jump over the Tonton Macoute that he created. Have you ever heard of the Tonton Macoute?
Yes.
All right, I did too. As a Black American, I heard about how terrible they were against the people of Haiti. So that's a Haitian problem. Americans tried to fix that and get him out of power.
What?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no. You're mistaken. You're quite
no.
mistaken. You are.
Okay, let me give you the name.
Y'all gotta get to a point and land the plane.
Now my point is that Duvalier, the father, had no help from the CIA, and he, as a Haitian man, wreaked havoc against Haitian people. And after he was done wreaking havoc, he installed his son to wreak more havoc. If we bring it to current day, Jovenel Moïse, his own wife, had something to do with his murder. And it was Haitians in the diaspora that supported that didn't want him in. So again, Haitians' problem, they like to say the CIA. I asked the brother for receipts, and he said out of his own mouth, we don't have receipts. I know people that live there. There is nothing on the internet that says that supports. Let me land. That nothing, no research supports that the CIA had any involvement in the installment or support of Papa Doc Duvalier. That was him on a pro-back card to get rid of the mulatto establishment. You failed in providing your receipts. So like a lot of you guys come up with these fantasies about American involvement, and we wasn't even involved unless it was time to take him out.
That's such an ignorant. You see why that's such an ignorant thing? It's kind of like things like redlining. Or
no. Tell me how that is ignorant, brother.
No.
Tell me how that is ignorant.
Allow me to. I'll even give you 2 examples. while it is true that if you look at the letter of the law since 1865, and you were to just look at the letter of the law, there's nothing saying that they're stopping black people from having certain things. There was just separate.
Brother, keep it to Haiti.
No,
I don't
no,
want to
no,
go
no,
to America. Let's keep it in Haiti.
because it's an ignorant thing. Not every.
No, but you're saying it's ignorant, but you didn't disprove me, brother.
Well, allow
Show me
me to finish.
CIA involvement.
Allow
CIA.
me to finish. Allow me
Yes,
to
sir.
finish.
CIA. CIA. Go.
No. You see, you're not gonna box me in. No. That's no.
Box you into the topic?
No. Let me explain, right? Because I'll give you a very good example. Not everything is going to be necessarily written down to the letter of the law where they're going to say, oh, Duvalier, he got help from X. One great example, one great historical example of this is Russian history with what happened during the Soviet eras. Many of the things that were written about Gulag and in Gulag, you're not going to be able to get resources from the Soviet government that's going to tell you, yeah, we sent this many people into prisons, we buried them here, and this is what we did to them. That's the point that I'm getting at. And you're not
I agree with that point.
You're not going to have exact historical documents like that specifically to Duvalier. But what I
agree 100% with your point, right? So now my question to you is, where did you get your source? Where did you get your source for the CIA?
Give me an opportunity.
Okay, brother.
It's from people who lived within the country, who were part of the Duvalier government, and who saw what was going on. And even if you say were to exclude that, right? You say, we're just going to move this to the side. You still can't take away the 30 years of occupation in the fact that Citigroup financed the debt within Haiti. And that was part of the reason why the first occupation happened to begin with. That's the point that people are trying to get. And you still can't, just dismiss what happened to the then Haitian president after they had free and fair elections. Can we agree on that?
What I can agree on is that you totally danced around, tried to take me to Russia instead of giving me the receipts. I will agree with you that. Wait, hold on, brother. Let me agree with you for a second. Let me agree with you for a second and keep your context in it. Everything isn't going to be on a newspaper. It's not going to be front page news, right? Just like the CIA wouldn't put on front page news, hey, we're supporting Duvalier to put him in power, right? On a pro-black, a pro-black ticket to get out the mulattoes that we've been working with, right? That wouldn't happen. But my question to you was, how did you get this sensitive information that is not backed up by anything on record, and you just threw it out in the air and said that the CIA put him in power, and they did not? The CIA organized a coup with a guy that fought with the Tuskegee Airmen. His name was Alex Picot or something like that, and they tried to kill Duvalier. All 5 of them got deleted. After that, he put in his son, and you didn't address the Tonton Makou, which goes to my point that Haitians in modernity are their own biggest problem. We jumped to that to Jovenel Moise. You didn't talk about that. The fact that his own wife and Haitians in the diaspora were responsible for the death of Jovenel Moise, who I heard was a good president. These are my points, and you're not addressing them. You're not addressing them.
And the situation with Jovenel, this is what I mean. You are getting partial information, and this Jovenel, not only was he deeply unpopular, but he was trying to find ways to subvert the political process so that he can get an extra year or 2 in power. That is not true. That is not true.
Who tried to kill him?
No one's really
Who tried to kill him?
Because no investigation was done.
No investigation? They investigated his wife. And Haitians in the diaspora, specifically in Miami.
Where are you getting the Carfax specifically?
Specifically in Miami. And Haitians in the diaspora, specifically in Florida.
From whom? Because officially, when they did try to investigate it, the judge who was chief investigating and was leading the investigation was threatened with death threats. and the previous judge before that was killed. So
In Haiti, right?
yes,
Of course, by Haitians. You're your own biggest problem.
good Lord.
There's no semblance of justice. There's no semblance of order. Haitians have been having their hands out to the American people, and when it don't go their way because they squander all the donations, all the hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Let me finish. They squander all the donations that they've been giving, all the humanitarian aid is being stolen by gangs, and then you guys turn around and say, "Oh, you guys didn't help us properly." Hold your own nuts, stand on your own 2 feet, and fix your country, bro. Stop killing your leaders, stop hurting your people, and blaming on France from 400 years ago.
You can't come in and just say, I have people who live in the country. My mom is in the back right here, listening to all of this, and even she.
That's fine.
Where
respect to your mom. I'm not debating your mom.
I get it, but she's been living her. She was part of the original founding members of the Lavalas Party while in Haiti. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. And in fact,
don't bring your mom into it, brother.
The money that was wired as part of the assassins that were caught were not even Haitians. There was 2 Americans, a bunch of Colombians, and other people from South America. There wasn't any Haitians involved. And
there was no Haitians in the diaspora. That's cap. Talk about his wife. Why was his wife under investigation? Why was his wife under investigation? No, don't ask your mom. Pukisa means why. Don't ask your mom. I'm asking you. Stop tapping in with everybody else. I'm asking you.
You gotta give KB credit. For
KB got Alex for backup over there.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. No, it's not. It's not.
Back there.
It's about asking people who were there.
No, but I would have to call your source into question.
Oh, I mean, we just live there and have family there.
I don't think you speaking French now. You lived in Haiti.
Me? Yeah.
Oh, okay. You should be a little more thankful for what you have in America, then, brother.
Jesus Christ! What I'm trying to convey to you, it's like we keep going round and round. Like we keep.
Y'all are funny.
No, but I want someone to fact check me. Someone who has access to a computer. Google Jovenel Moise's wife.
Hold on. Come here.
Lindsay is sitting there fact checking.
She's asking his mom if she want to do something.
If you guys look at the chat, Lindsay is fact checking you guys with, hey, if you guys look at,
don't bring your mother on, brother.
One of the guys who was head in the whole assassination plot was arrested, and a judge here in Florida mentioned this guy cannot be prosecuted because he's an asset to the CIA and he works for Homeland Security. He was a Colombian.
Who was that? Your uncle, bro? You brought your uncle up?
No, you could look it up on Miami Herald. His case
I'm
was
not
sealed
gonna debate
under the guise of Homeland Security. Look it up.
Okay. Who am I speaking to respectfully?
Jerry.
Hello, Jerry. How you doing? My name is Jamel. Brother Jerry, going back before Jovenel Moise, going back to Papa Doc Duvalier, did you understand that the CIA put him in power?
Of course.
Can you prove it?
He was necessary. He was necessary to keep communism from spreading into the Americas.
Now, what's your evidence, brother?
What's my evidence?
Yes.
I'd have to dig deeper for you.
But okay,
yes,
now let me ask you this question. The same mulattoes that live in Pétionville, the same mulattoes that have been the establishment, you know who I'm talking about, right? The mulattoes. Well, that's what they're characterized in Haiti at that point.
No.
Were they not the ruling class at a certain point?
I lived in Haiti for 17 years. The whole concept, mulattoes, that was not a very public thing in reality. People use that as an excuse to say, oh yeah, Papa Dog this, Papa Dog that. But in reality, the mulattoes were actually foreigners who came and have kids with the locals.
Right.
So
And those are technically mulattoes.
The majority of those mulattoes did not have Haitian passports. They all had French or European passports.
But they had power, though. These are the offspring, T-Vice, that group T-Vice?
Yeah.
Their grandfathers come from exactly. This is who you're talking about. These are the mulattoes that I'm talking about, brother. But these mixed race Haitians, did they not have political power in Haiti back then?
Of course they did.
This is my point. So Papa Doc Duvalier was trying to take that power away from that mulatto ruling class.
And he did.
And thank you. He did it. America, the CIA would never support a black man trying to install black politics in a majority black country unless it would be in the favor of America. The coup. Hold on, brother. Let me finish. I'm gonna give you the mic back, Jerry. I like this conversation, brother. When there was a pilot, a mulatto Haitian pilot who fought with the Tuskegee Airmen, and 4 or 5 American soldiers tried to take Papa Doc out, and they got killed. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
So you're agreeing that Americans tried to take Papa Doc Duvalier out. So you can't on one side put him in and then on the other side take him out. That's working against your own message. He was there and he became an autocrat and started doing bad for the people. You know better than I do the horrors that the Tonton Macoute did perpetrated on the Haitian people.
Oh, absolutely.
That's Papa Doc. That's Papa Doc's group, brother. They were dressed in blue. I remember seeing the Tonton Macoute. That just translates to boogeyman. And I'm like, damn, a Tonton Macoute. But that's my point with your nephew, is that this guy was a horrible thing for Haitian people, and he was Haitian. we have similar people in America. We call them Uncle Toms. Horrible for Black American people. Sometimes they have, the government
but can I say something?
Controlling them.
Hello?
Yes, brother, go on.
Hello?
I'll
be quiet.
If you can't hear him, go ahead. Go ahead. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Mr. Jerry? KB, can you hear us?
KB?
Monsieur Jerry, parlez.
I think he lost the sound. He's gonna have to come in.
So let me just say this. There's a reason why I wanted to have the one-on-one with KB without any interruptions. You see, when I said something, he called Cap, and then he had no receipts, and then he had to bring in the cavalry. He had to call in Moms, Uncle Jerry, and the other brother had to try to save him. KB officially took his loss on his Haitian history from a Black American.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I have to remind him
to be real. Sometimes I be calling that in on conversations I can't hold up to, because I don't know the Nigerian story as much as he does. I just know what I know. So sometimes you do have to call in reinforcement to make sure you're giving accurate information. I ain't hating on that. But when you started kicking out the facts and his uncle was agreeing, then obviously you're consistent with the information, even though there's not facts. Yeah, okay, Jerry's back. Okay, can you guys hear us?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess I accidentally muted. Let me tell you something, a little quick story about that era.
Mm-hmm.
Was he a good man? Maybe. Was he an absolutely bad man? Probably. The evidence points to both. Why did they try to take him out? Because they wanted somebody who was more pro-Americans. Not because he was bad, and not because he was the perfect one for them, but at the same time, they did not want instability in the region. Again, like I said, they did not want communism to spread in the Americas.
That's a standard move through the American government. They did it in Iraq. Look at who they put in. Saddam, right? Exactly. Put Saddam in against Iran. And Saddam started getting big-headed, and they had to slap him around. That's the first Gulf War. They still left him in power. But then the second time around, they went ahead and took him out.
But what happened when Saddam was no longer useful to them?
They took him out.
Exactly. Same thing with Syria, with Gaddafi. And if you keep looking around, they install dictators. And when that dictator decides, hey, you know what? I want to think about my country, they get rid of him because they're against American policies, American interests. So if you look back, of course, you haven't lived in Haiti, so you probably wouldn't know. During Papa Doc's era, gun was strictly for military use. No civilian could own a gun, regardless of what level you are or what class you came from. Mulatto, blacks, poor, rich, you could not own a gun. That's that. And if you've discovered owning a gun, you get executed or you get put in jail. Anywhere in the country, even as far as the countryside where you have the farmers, one gunshot is fired. That person who fired that shot will be sitting in jail within 3 hours and interrogated as to why that shot was fired. And it better be justified. My uncle was cleaning his service arm. Mind you, he was the president's bodyguard, Papa Doc's bodyguard, and accidentally discharged that firearm that was being cleaned. He spent 3 days in jail. Yet, it was a dictatorship. However, it had rules. Same way, if you are, at the time, if you are walking the street, you finish eating an ice cream. Well, at the time, they didn't have ice cream with wrappers and stuff. Let's say a piece of candy. You drop that wrapper on the ground. Two things will happen. You either go to jail, or you'll get your ass whooped. You're thinking, yeah, issue them a fine? No. The reason they did that is because they know the rich can't afford a fine. But nobody wants a beating. So they make sure the rich don't do it because the poor will not do it. They had full sanitation service, and I can tell you, life was more affordable for the people at the time. Why? Because the government had rules set in place, and the government, although it was a dictatorship, the government did not force the rich to comply with pricing. Instead, what the government set in place was what we would call, in Haiti, they call it parc industriel. Like in literal translation would be like an industrial park. But what it really was is everything that the country produces goes to the central warehouse. Well, not in the capital exactly, but in their local central warehouse, where it is distributed to the sellers at affordable price. And those sellers are told, this is the maximum price you can ask for that product. If you want to ask for less, that's fine. If you want to produce your own and sell it at a lower price, that's fine. You just can't go above that threshold. And the threshold had a margin. If you're discovered doing what they call now in the US price gouging, you broke the law. You go to jail. Now, After Baby Doug got ousted, you know what happened? The rich came around claiming, yeah, it's a democracy, everybody needs the right to compete. The government said, okay, since America was pressuring them, and America no longer really needed Haiti anymore, since the Soviet Union was no longer there, hence the threat disappeared. What did they do? They forced the government to sign a contract to open Haiti for international business. And those same rich guys were importing subsidized rice from the US, flooding the market. And the condition they received it was they paid no tariff. As a matter of fact, not too long ago, Clinton confessed that he single-handedly destroyed Haiti's production because he forced Aristide to sign an agreement to actually not only eliminate the taxes completely on American import, and since the rice and all the producers coming from the US were already heavily subsidized by the American government, it was but dirt cheap, and they flooded the country with them, paid no taxes, to the point where the local farmers in Haiti, see no point in producing anything because theirs automatically became more expensive than the imported produces. So they moved to the capital city to look for jobs to earn money instead of producing and selling. Now, to get back to what I was saying, when hold on a minute. To get back to the previous thing I was saying, we had the central warehouse where the government was selling everything at a reasonable price so that the public can afford it. Those same so-called capitalists came after the government gave them the no tax deal. As long as whatever you're importing is inside a container, it gets into the country for free. They were happy. They said the only condition they received was to keep life affordable, keep the food prices low so the public can afford them. They agreed to that. Then a few months later, they came back to the same government and say, oh, we can't compete with the price of the warehouse. Since the government was the one, selling, and they were selling at a lower price than we can afford, we want you to close that because we can't compete with the government. The government agreed. Less than a year later, a can of milk that used to sell for 50 cents, half a Haitian gourd, was selling for 2.5 gourd. The price jumped by 5. Less than 2 years. And that's what we're suffering for right now. And if I can guarantee you hear, yeah, Aristide was bad, he was supporting gangs and so on. Bullshit. Was he good? Not 100%. Was he at fault for signing that agreement with Clinton back in 1994? Yes, he's at fault. I hate him for it because he participated, just a minute, he participated in the destruction of the national production.
Right.
But you know what else? I can tell you, you know why he was actually ousted out of the country? Aside from being anti-American, the reason he was ousted was because that contract, which was signed after Baby Duck got ousted, was coming to an end. It was about to expire. And Aristide say, since you guys did not obey the contract, I am going to let it expire. no more tax haven for you, no more tariff free for you. You're all gonna have to pay just like everyone else because the treasury is empty. And also, he wanted to renege on the contract with Clinton, saying he's gonna put tariff on those imported goods in order to protect our national production. Those are the reason why he was kidnapped.
Okay. Now, Jerry, let me ask you 2 points real quick. And thank you for this history lesson because it quantifies a lot of things historically with Haiti. And since you were there and it's lived experience, something you lived through, so can't nobody write that in a history book with the detail that you gave. What I want to ask is, when Clinton admitted to this wrongdoing, did he say what drove him, or what was the factor that made him say or do what he did to Haiti with the rights?
Of course not. He admitted that in front of Congress.
Okay, but he didn't say why he did it. Okay.
No.
Now,
All he said is
Philip Lindsay alludes to iridium, which is found in large quantities in Haiti. Do you think that has a driving factor? It's actually worth more than gold and Bitcoin now.
Well, Haiti is sitting on a mine of heavy metals and potentially radioactive ones too. Basically, the mine, what they see as the potential mine is half of the country going into half of the Dominican Republic as well. Basically, like right in the center of the island.
Right. But do you think that precious metal is a driving factor behind the corporations doing what they're doing to kind of drive down the economy so they can dictate how that resource is drawn out? Because obviously with the state of Haiti right now, you guys don't have the wherewithal, the resources to even take advantage of that metal that might be still in the ground. You know what I mean?
No, that's not the reason. I'll tell you 2 reasons. One reason Haiti sits, I forgot, I was reading that yesterday. There's a shipping lane between Haiti and Cuba, which is one of the driving factors why we had problems, especially with the Europeans. Because after Haiti became independent, they took control of that waterway. It's basically like the Panama Canal. A lot of the international transport in the Atlantic go through that. And because we took control of it, and Cuba was on the other side, Cuba was not really too interested in relinquishing control. So with Haiti being there, that's the first factor. They want to control whatever goes into that canal at any time. Americans want that. Just like Panama had been unstable for a very long time because America wanted control of the Panama Canal. The second reason, believe it or not, especially with the current administration being so racist, it's because Haiti was the first black nation to fight back against the whites and expelled them, succeeded in expelling them. That is a bad example for a lot of people. And if you dig a little bit deep, you might find the Haitian emperor back in 1806, I believe, wrote a letter to the then American president offering to buy every slave in the United States, to buy their freedom.
With what money? They were indebted to France.
Oh no, we had a lot of money.
But you were indebted to France, which you guys just finished paying off, I think in the late 1980s.
I said 1806, brother. 1806.
I understand that. But even with your liberation, listen, I'm not taking anything from Haiti and your warrior class. I'm not taking anything away from that. But at the end of the day, with those mulattoes that negotiated the treaty between France and Haiti was also a payback agreement from Haiti to France.
All right.
For your freedom. And that was not paid off in one lump sum. That was
that
not paid off in one lump sum. That was paid over in payments.
That indemnity didn't come until around, I believe, 1825.
Okay. But it was
I
still
talking
there.
about 1806. Fresh off, we had a lot of money. And we were trading. When we offered that, the American president was insulted.
Yeah, why would they want a black person buying off all their slaves?
Exactly.
Of course, it's an insult.
And one of this, he didn't reply to the emperor at the time, but one of the things he said was that those black nations who just kicked off the white is a bad example for the slaves we have here, and as a result, suppressed any news about the Haiti's revolution in America. That was heavily suppressed.
Okay.
And that's also one of the reasons why Haiti is suffering right now. And as for the indemnity that we paid, the reason we ended up paying that indemnity is because the guys who agreed in the Haitian government to pay off the indemnity were set to receive a large sum of it. They had conflict of interest.
So they were getting a commission or finder's fee based on agreeing to it?
No, they were descendants of those European settlers. The indemnity would pay.
So you're saying the mulatto class was getting paid off of that as well? That
exactly.
Brother Cherry, I have a question. Because a lot of people don't know this. The first president of the Haitian Republic, I believe it's the first president, offered a safe haven for Black Americans in America to move to Haiti. Correct?
That wasn't even the president. That was part of the Haitian Constitution. Any blacks who step foot on Haitian soil is considered free. That was one of the bases for the first Haitian Dominican War. But at the time, it wasn't Dominican; it was Spanish. Because a few Spanish slaves crossed the border into the Haitian side, and the Spanish slave masters requested them back, and the emperor wrote back, any blacks who step foot on Haitian soil is free.
You know what? To collaborate that story, ironically, the Spanish-American War, even though it could have been fought in Dominica as well, they sent our Buffalo Soldiers to the Philippines because they knew if the Buffalo Soldiers stepped across on Haitian soil, they were going to be freed anyway.
That's one of the stories that a lot of people don't know about Haiti being a safe haven for Black Americans while they were still in slavery. And there was a number that went and moved to Haiti, and then some left once slavery was ended in America. So I just wanted people to understand that there was a safe haven in Haiti for Black Americans during slavery.
Yes, there was. And one of the reasons it was a safe haven as well was because two of the generals in the Haitian military that did the revolution came from America. Henry Christophe came from America. They fought in the American War. And then they were sold off. They were sold off to the French colonies because they were promised their freedom. And while they were promised their freedom, if they fight in the war, they did. America won. And what did America do? They just turned a blind eye. When those guys, those soldiers, went and asked for their freedom, they get laughed off. They get arrested, and then they were told, "We're gonna sell you to the worst colonies imaginable, where you will suffer." And they sold them to a ship in Louisiana with explicit orders to dump them in the French colony of Haiti, which is exactly what happened. That's why for a long time, many people didn't know that the North spoke English. That's also why we have difference in our dialects in Haiti. There are many words in the North that are very close to English, and if you come from the North, let's say you go to Port-au-Prince, and like a Northerner come to Port-au-Prince, they instantly recognize, yeah, that's the North dialect. The rest of the country speak one dialect, except the one in the North where Christophe was emperor.
Oh, Brother Jerry, I want to thank you for dropping all these historical facts, corrections, and revelations. I knew about the connection between Black Americans and Haiti and that safe haven for us. I think that's more of a flex than a lot of times people say, yeah, we were the only ones that fought for our freedom. Because I know you know, Jerry, that Black Americans and every single enslaved person in the diaspora has fought for their freedom. But there's been a narrative going around that only Haitians were successful. There were a lot of people that had successful rebellions in small pockets. You know what I'm saying?
Well, to add to what you said, it was true, but there was a reason for that. The reason we succeeded wasn't because we wanted freedom so much. It's because of the way the French colonies were ran. The treatment the French colonies received from their masters. If American slaves were receiving that same treatment, I guarantee you Washington would have burned. Because it was
that
horrible.
severe. Yeah.
It was, like I said before, they sold Christophe and Dessalines to a French colony because it was so bad. And if you look into, if you watch Django Unchained, there was a reference in there. They were gonna sell Django to a French colony. That's how bad, how horrible they were treating their slaves. And America had it somewhat good, the slaves. I mean, they had that law where if you mistreat your slave and he dies as a result of mistreatment, you can't collect insurance on it. So those slaves were insured, so there was a reason to keep them alive as long as possible. In French colony, there was none of that. There was none of that. So that's one of the reasons you used to hear, yeah, Haitians were violent even back in the days, but that violence, we learned it and we had to improve it because it was necessary for survival.
That same violence and that tone is what I bring up all the time with how they bred that violence into us as well.
Yeah, they did. In America, they did. The violence I'm seeing now, it's not warranted. True. But at the same time, one of the things I keep telling a lot of people, and something I would like to mention for you guys, you hear about, the assassination of the president, Jovenel.
Yeah.
Why was he assassinated? Anybody ever ask why?
Well, they said because he was not allowing the COVID vaccine into the country. That's the rumor.
I'm sorry, that's also bullshit. Sorry. He was not allowed the COVID vaccine into Haiti because it was a trial. And he was not willing to use the public as a guinea pig.
Same thing with Africans.
And
COVID
second,
vaccine was not a melanated problem. It was more of a YT problem.
there you go. That's the second thing. The third reason also is something that is slowly but systematically disappearing in America. What I would call first world problems. Imagine you go out there, you're walking down the street, you shake hands with your friends. As you're walking past, you enter the grocery store, you say, oh, that's a nice looking grape. You grab one, you throw it in your mouth, assuming it should be safe. In Haiti, we don't have that luxury. We know we must wash everything we eat. If we're gonna eat meat, it needs to be thoroughly cooked. Eggs needs to be thoroughly cooked. When we get home, we wash our hands and face. That's why COVID had a hard time spreading around Haiti. Because we practice personal hygiene since we were a third world country. And in addition to that, well, COVID does not really prevail in an environment that are predominantly tropical. Now, the reality why Jovenel was assassinated, there are many things at play. Among those few things, I'll tell you, he was accused of stealing some money that was given by the Venezuelan government, well, loaned to Haiti by the Venezuelan government for the development of Haiti, also called Petro-Caribe. So that money was signed in 2006. The contract was signed in 2006. The money was available to the Haitian government. And I had just left the country at the time, a year after I left. Well, less than a year after I left, it was signed. From 2006 until 2016, that's 10 years. If you go, even on Wikipedia, you look up Haitians' annual budget expense year by year from 2000 to 2016, you will notice our budget never exceeded even $50 million annual governmental spending. In 2006, it was about $19 million, despite the money being there. Until the president that came right before Jovenel, which was Martelly, came into power. Our budget went from $24 million the previous year to $460 million.
Wow.
And that kept growing and growing until the money ran out. Now, you would ask yourself, where did the money go? What did we do with it, right?
Yep.
Why didn't we fix the problem with the earthquake in 2010? The money never made it to the government, but it went out. This is how the money was supposed to be given. Let's say, I'm just gonna use the name on my screen. Black Cleaner is an oil company distributing oil in Haiti. Cool Kim is also distributing oil. Ronan imports produces in Haiti and also do some other trades. Now, Black Cleaner wants to buy oil. He knows, okay, I have a contract with the Venezuelan government. The $25 billion was given as oil. So since I have an oil voucher for $25 billion, I wrote Black Cleaner a letter saying, yes, you can go to Venezuela. They will give you the oil you need. let's say hypothetically, Black Cleaner buys $5 million of oil. Cool Kim buys $20 million of oil. The goal is to introduce it into the country. Resell it, sometimes sell it on the international market. It's all fine. It's yours. Now, in order for Black Cleaner to sell it in the country, Black Cleaner requires me to pay to subsidize the oil because it needs to be refined. Not only Venezuela invested in giving Haiti a refinery, I invested in having a second and third refinery. I am paying Black Cleaner to subsidize the oil. I paid Black Cleaner to rent the tanker to go pick up the oil. Black Cleaner brings the oil, refines it for free, sell it to the public. In exchange, the government gets their cut, but Black Cleaner never pays. Cool Kim sell it on the international market, made me pay for the transport and everything, all the logistics. Cool Kim never paid. Every time it comes for Black Cleaner to pay, suddenly there is a shortage of US dollars. There's never enough US dollars. They want to pay me in the local currency. And then for me to pay back Venezuela, I have to buy the US dollars from Black Cleaner and Cool Kim. And it was the same thing that applied with Ronin. They charge me, hey, I want to import some stuff, for kids to subsidize school supplies. I paid for it. I paid for the logistics. Either they never arrive, or when they arrive, they are lower quality, useless. Basically, I pay Ronin to buy trash to throw away in my country. And I subsidize the trash as well. So that's what Jovenel was trying to stop. He gave several mega corporations in the country government contracts to develop the country. First thing, provide electricity. Second step, provide clean water. Third step, build roads and other infrastructures necessary for the country to circulate. None of it came to light. When he pressured those mega corporations, they couldn't have an answer. They kept trying to bribe him. He refused bribes. Then they ran around claiming, oh yeah, Jovenel stole the money. It was a whole riot about it. I even had a friend who called me, oh yeah, I want you to post #PetroCaribe. And I had to tell her, let me dig a little bit into the PetroCaribe stuff. And I did. And when I get back to her, she was like, yeah, I want you to support what's going on, support the movement. I'm like, I'm not going to support your movement. First of all, I wasn't aware this existed. I just heard about it. When I went and did my digging, I found out when it was signed. And I went and looked into the governmental budget. The budget exploded under Mateli, the singer president. And I found out there were people here in the US who never stepped foot in Haiti getting paid as employees in Haiti with that money. And I told her, where were you when that contract was being signed? Oh, I was in Haiti. What did you do? Did you collect any money from that? No, I didn't get anything from it. I didn't get anything either. Why do you want me to fight for it while you didn't? And when she kept saying, yeah, it's him. He stole the money. I said, no. Look into the national budget. You'll find the paper trails. Imagine a government official, a low government official, low level, getting a car that already base pay costs $80,000 to $100,000 US dollars, then sent it to a company that charged close to $1 million to bulletproof it, and then ship it to Haiti. And once their term is over, they get to keep the car. The new person to take their place doesn't want to drive the old car. No, that's old car. This guy who used to drive it, I don't want to drive that. I want a brand new one. And the brand new one gets ordered for that person. The US had nothing to say about that. So I explained to them, I said, imagine you go to a party. You heard, yeah, there's going to be a party at 4 p.m. Everyone is invited in the neighborhood. So the rich and powerful came in early. They see the food is ready, everything is getting prepared. They went and dug in there and picked up most of the food, put it in plates, and ordered their workers to go and put it in my car. Around 3:30, most of the food is gone. They see a homeless guy passing around, begging, a panhandler. They call him, hey, you want to eat? Sure, I'm hungry. Come. They give him the leftovers. Comes 4 o'clock, the public comes around and say, hey, we're coming for the party. Oh, there's no more food. Who ate all the food? Oh, this guy did. They put the finger at the peddler. Why? Because he took the leftovers, not knowing he was being handed, not knowing he was going to be made the scapegoat. He knew that was leftovers, but he thought everybody was cool with it until the truth came out. And that's the guy they want to beat for eating all the food for the party. That was Jovenel. Imagine the public supposedly rose against Jovenel. They're starving, they're hungry. Yet, they can buy or rent welding equipments that are very expensive in Haiti to weld barricades, get cinder blocks that are very expensive in Haiti to block roads, literally build a wall on the road. And you're telling me that was done by the people? No, that was bullshit. It was paid for. Even Andrew Zimmer, he is very famous for going around, tasting different food. When that shit was going on in 2018, he went around with his own camera, filming it. And he was saying that is not the work of Haitian public. That's the work of people who paid to have that done. He used to own a really nice resort in Haiti. Well, he had to run for his life. They almost killed him. He had to sell the resort. All because he told the truth. And the other reason why many people claim, yeah, America was not behind the Jovenel assassination, that's also BS. They were. Who comes to a president, to the president's house announcing themselves, DEA, lower your weapon? Nobody would ever dare try that. And to make matters worse, there's a reason for that too. Shortly before his assassination, he agreed to have a Russian embassy in Haiti, something we never did. For a long time, Haitians were very welcome in Russia. I know a lot of Haitians who moved to Russia. I have friends and neighbors who did. Back when I was in Haiti, some of them did move to Russia. Just because Jovenel was having agreements with China, Japan, Turkey, and Russia, That was enough, because they did not want Russia to step foot into Haiti. And at the same time, when Jovenel was asking for help to curb the gang violence, and America was like, well, we can't deal with that. That's a Haitian problems. Russia offered help. Russia said, if you agree, I will send soldiers to clean
But do
up.
you know why Russia is helping, though, right? Because they get a
I do.
geographical location that's closer to the United States.
Exactly.
Same thing with Cuba.
Exactly.
And other countries.
The difference
China
is
down in Venezuela, all these countries, all these communist nations or socialist nations are trying to get a foothold closer to the Americas. That's the point.
exactly. And here's the thing: since we don't have a well-structured government, we don't have the structure we used to have back when Papa Doc was in power. That's how they were able to get to him. The reason all the plots failed against Papa Doc was not because he was an invincible man. No, he was very clever at setting up the 8 lines of defense. I don't know if anybody knows what the 8 lines of defense are.
Enlighten us.
Well, it's a drug dealers. It's a drug dealers thing. The 8 line of defense, where they set up perimeters. The first line are just farmers, but they're not farmers really. They are disguised as farmers, you know.
Look out. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The second line are not armed either, but they can fight. The third line are armed. By the time you get to the third line, the center already knows what's coming. They already tipped him off. Many times they come into the country, they try to plot against Papa Doc, and those guys who try to plot against him get arrested. Some of them, they plan everything with the locals, and the locals led them directly into the police station, the disguised police station. That's why they were so afraid. They figured if they keep trying, eventually American blood will spill. And they couldn't do a direct attack on Papa Doc, because if they did, nothing is going to stop Papa Doc from running to the Soviets and get help. Cuba was right next door. As a matter of fact, you can stand on Haiti's mountain, further peak, and you're looking at Cuban lights on the horizon. That's how close they are. Like literally 15 minutes by boat.
So for those that don't understand, line of sight on the water is 25 miles. So it's less than 25 miles wide.
Probably. So that's the reason. But now, since we don't have any of these in place, we don't have a way to actually protect the president or any government officials in reality. So they were able to get to him because they're afraid he was gonna go to the enemy, I would say, to the competitor.
Okay, we done gone through a whole Haitian history lesson here tonight.
Yeah, we did.
And I'm glad it came from Uncle Jerry, because we would have shut KB up. We'd have told him to wrap it up.
Yeah, he doesn't really know much about Haitian history.
Well, he tries. Don't give him some credit. He tries a little bit.
Nah, here's the problem with that. He gets most of his stuff fed from the media.
Damn, you got a whole resource like you, and he'd rather get it from the media?
Well, he probably doesn't know how much I know about it. But
you gotta start enlightening him.
I'll give you an example how the media portrays Haiti. 2004, I was in Haiti. Actually, not even 2004.
All right, Jerry.
Yes.
We're not gonna do a whole another hour.
No. About 2 minutes max. During the election of Aristide in 2001, if I'm not mistaken, I was in school. My school was actually not across, but very close to the National Palace. Actually, I can stand on my school balcony and see everything that's going in the National Palace court. And if I have binoculars, I can see through the windows. That's how close I was. And I used to see protests in favor of Aristide. How big they used to get. Like massive. The whole capital is on lockdown. Nobody, no cars or motorcycles move around. When they were going for the NCRC protesters, they cut part of those videos and insert them into the protest for NCRC. When I used to stand on my school balcony and looking at a few group going around and they are against RC, I'm like, what a bunch of crack. You're not going to get traction because you're not popular. But according to CNN, it was the most popular uprising against Aristide. So, same way, a lot of times they'll tell you, yeah, Haiti is very violent. There's a lot of shit going on in Haiti. And then the journalist or the reporter would just go there, film the heat of the incident. Even if they have the beginning, middle, and end, they will cut out the beginning and give you the middle to show you how bad it get, but they will never tell you how it started or how it ended.
Uncle Jerry, who is Christian Emmanuel Sanon, and where's he from?
Football player. He's a soccer player.
He's starting trouble, bro.
He's not the guy who wanted to be the president of Haiti, who started the coup against who got this guy assassinated.
Yes, he was
Sanon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to be the president. So like I was telling KB, a lot of Haitians' problems come from Haitians in the diaspora themselves. This guy was a Haitian diasporan who wanted Jovenel Moise's position. That's why they were yelling DEA, because that dude was a snitch, a Haitian snitch for America that wanted to get rid of the Haitian president.
No, actually, he was a sellout, true. At one point, I will agree with that. But at the same time, he may not have a choice. Because I do know, you heard about Guy Philippe? Well, Guy Philippe was the guy who actually led the coup against Aristide in 2004. He went back to the country and he ran for Senate. And he got elected for his department. I would say his state, equivalent of his state here. He got elected as a senator. And one of the things he said, once elected, I will tell the truth. I will tell the truth. One day before he got sworn in as an official senator, he got arrested by DEA operatives, transported to Miami immediately, went to court trial and everything. He was accused of a scam, housing scam in the US, as a real estate scam. He was accused of a real estate scam and drug trafficking into Miami. But here's the funny thing. The dude never had a US green card. He never came to Miami officially.
But Sanon did. Sanon, he's Haitian, and then he was, I think he was the mastermind of the coup, or in a broader sense, a puppet.
He was never the mastermind. He was just the face, the puppet face.
I was getting to that. You could be a puppet for a bigger plan. Yes. Last question, brother, because I got to get this l'argent. Michel Martelly, Sweet Mickey, was he a good president or a bad president? And the second part of it, is he classed as a black man in Haiti, or is he classed as a mulatto? Go.
His class as a mulatto, he is actually half brother to the Tivice brothers. That many people don't know.
Oh, that's crazy, because he was going at T-Vice at one point, like really disrespectfully. I don't know if you heard that back and forth.
It's just marketing puns.
Okay.
They are family. They are related, like by blood. And in addition to that, I would say Martelly, he came up as a president who would do good. He had a lot of potential. He had a lot of opportunity to do good. But by far, he became the worst president I've ever seen or heard of in Haiti. Literally, he destroyed the Haitian education system. He overhauled
So he got empowered and started singing "I Don't Care."
No,
I don't care.
No. It would have been better if he had just said, "I don't care." Just be have an attitude of laissez-faire. But he didn't. He actually went and changed things. He got rid of a lot of things. One of the things he got rid of is global history in Haiti. He got rid of the study of literatures, where kids go to school, they just learn A, B, C, D, okay, verb, subject, accord, and that's it. You're good to go. You know how to read, but you don't know how to think. You don't know how to analyze. You don't know how to make decisions. And these are the kids now I've had to deal with. They're like in their 20s, maybe in their 30s now. And there are a lot of subjects when I try to address, there are a lot of authors and philosophical subjects. When I try to speak with them about it, they look at me like, "You're crazy. You're so old. This is a new age." He literally made it close to what America has right now.
Oh, they say that to us all the time there, brother. Join the crew.
Well, Haiti is becoming that now. And it
oh, you're
pisses
too
me off.
old to know. You a hater, OG. You don't know what's going on. Okay. We don't know what's going on.
Sound like KB.
KB be saying that, age shaming. Yo, is Cool King still here?
Yeah.
I'm still here, brother. I'm just,
He's
sometimes
fading
I got
like me. I'm fading too.
right. No, I got.
I'm gonna let KB take
I got
over.
2 ears.
Hello?
And I got 2 ears and
Thank you
1
for the
mouth.
lesson.
Yeah, all right, King. You didn't even have to explain how many ears you got, brother. We know how many ears you have.
Yo, like, be quiet, bro. You had this conversation just go on for a whole half an hour because you want to start asking questions.
You blaming me? You blaming
Yeah,
me?
dog. Yeah, dog. With your fucking
No, you know what
inquisitive
though?
ass.
You know what though? Now we know where
little
KB
Nate.
gets that long-winded nature of his. It runs in the fucking family. It runs in the family.
Right.
Oh Lord. All right.
See, he
KB
went over there and
got
took a
cooked.
nap. While
I
his
cooked.
uncle
Yo,
was
first of all,
talking, KB went and took a damn nap. He's yawning from
he should have
waking
been
up.
taking notes. He should have been taking notes because he had to call the cavalry in after I hit him with the facts, Black American facts, and I ran circles around KB. He had to call Mama, Uncle Jerry. He had to call Mama, Uncle Jerry, and everybody
Uncle
else.
Jerry, come help me. Uncle Jerry.
Help me!
Man.
Jerry Jr. KB is Jerry Jr.
Magnesium, cut it out, bro. Now you starting to poke at this nigga again.
All right. I'm gonna leave it alone, bro.
What?
I'm just gonna eat my clam chowder.
All right, so we are 12 o'clock. This has been a great live topic. I appreciate you all joining the panel. Is there any final words? Let's start with Magnesi.
Hey, let him
Man,
play.
it was
You got 2 minutes. Let him play in 2 minutes, bro.
Man, put down that ripple. Now,
Nah, hey,
I
land the
appreciate.
plane in 2 minutes, bro. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
You're stopping me from. I'm seeing the runway, brother, and you keep waving me off. All right, but no. First of all, I want to apologize to Black Cleaner for flipping on that other dude. I just couldn't stand the being cut off when KB and I was having a healthy dialogue, spicy but healthy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I crashed out. Come on, King. Don't come on, brother.
Nah, we
So
like that
salute to the
too, bro.
show.
We like the controversy, bro. So, we ain't gonna never,
Okay, okay.
stop that, but we just don't want it to get out of hand where you
I
guys are
got
talking
you.
over
I
each
got
other
you.
and nobody's getting the point across. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to avoid. It was a glaze fest between KB and that other brother, and I couldn't take it anymore. But salute, and I just want everyone to remember this show as the show that the OG, the age-shamed older black man, put the beat on KB on history about his own country. He had to tap
Shout
out
to
and call
Uncle
Uncle
Jerry.
Jerry, Mama KB, and Glaze Master to help him survive a debate with an old ass geriatric man. I'm fitting to go take my arthritis pills and rub my back. I'm out.
Oh shit.
Salute.
What do you call us? Half
Salute.
century old OGs, something like that. Half century OGs. Isn't that the name you came up with, KB? Something like that.
Something like that, qualifying. I think I said qualify for some health benefits, some government benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think it was more like
any last words?
Yeah, I think you need to sit down with Uncle Jerry a little bit and take some notes.
I think it was like
I don't even know what he said to you guys.
Exactly. Like I said, you went somewhere and went to sleep.
I was away.
I think he said some shit like the OG educated panel or some shit like that. What he said was smooth as fuck though. He called niggas old, but he called niggas smart at the same time.
He went to go get his bucket of ice cream, his bucket of Ben and Jerry's.
What? Nah, I'm right here. What?
You ain't let that go. That bucket thing is funny as hell. That bucket of ice cream. He said, I don't even deal with the ice cream cone. Fuck that. Give me the bucket. I'm gonna eat straight out the bucket.
I ain't gonna
5 gallons worth of goddamn ice cream.
All right, not 5. You're going kind of crazy there, but yeah. Shit is fire.
So what's your final perspective on the topic, KB? Before you head out?
I mean, that was pretty much it. It's like people are just kind of ignorant about these types of things. A lot of the times immigrants, it's not so much that we think America is just that much better. It's just that there's not really a lot of other places that you can go. And, it doesn't help that, a lot of these countries make good faith efforts to ameliorate their situation. But there's a lot that goes into it than most people think. That's all.
Okay. I thank you for having you. Thank you very much for coming out on the panel. Thank you for inspiring, or being a catalyst to have this topic. And we'll see you next month when we talk about race again. And we try to do this fourth Monday of every month. So the fourth Monday of every month.
He said one of these shows is enough for a fucking month. I ain't talking
Say
about
again?
this shit for another 30 days. Fuck all that.
Well, hey, because we moving on. I got another topic next week, so
That's funny.
Yeah, check us out next Monday. This is gonna be the topic right here. The latte. It's Money Mindset Monday, the first of the month. So we're gonna be talking about real estate and how people could, instead of investing in that latte every day, they could actually save that money and go buy themselves some land for cheap and work on the land and develop it and be able to have a roof over their head. So hope everybody who's in the real estate, 020 with his house hacking, I look forward to seeing him on the panel to be able to talk about this. I'm gonna have a special guest come who actually is a friend of mine. Me and him have been in the military together, and he's also a real estate investor and was the one that also inspired me to be able to buy real estate myself. So he's gonna come on the panel as well. But yeah, everybody, I would definitely love to have you all and hear your perspective on next week's topic. But yeah, as I said, we're trying to keep it in order. And I appreciate everybody coming on the panel. What do you have to say, Ronan?
I mean, it was a great live. It was a lot of information given out, different perspectives. I love the history lesson with Haiti, but that wasn't necessarily the full brunt of what we're supposed to be talking about. But like I said,
Right.
KB, you need to sit down and learn some history from your uncle, man. You know, I think you'd be a
that's
lot
my
better
brother.
off.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
that's your brother, Jerry?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man.
Oh, you got
It's
a couple brothers over there? I know Alex. I didn't know there was a Jerry brother too.
Yeah, it's just two. Just two. He's the eldest.
Oh, okay. He much older than y'all?
He's like 40.
Okay. Well, damn, you say that like it's a bad thing, bro.
What? I just said he's like 40. Come
Y'all
on,
really make me old. The sister came up here
Right.
talking about the seniors, the elders at 61. I'm like, God damn. She's saying elders, and now you saying, oh, he's 40 something. I'm like, God damn. Come on. We still young in this
Salute to Miss
game,
Maya
man.
for joining the panel.
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely loved having the
Yes, sir.
the
But no,
enlightening
it was a
energy
great
coming
show.
to
Like
the
I said,
panel.
looking forward to your next one. This is your show, man. I ain't promoting nothing. I'm just happy to be able to come up on the panel and contribute to the conversation as always. Appreciate both you brothers, Cool King, both Black Cleaner. It should be in my chat. If you guys haven't subscribed to Black Cleaner, please do. Great information, great shows, always very consistent guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Also,
Shout
salute
to
to
you, Ronan.
Travel POV, and thank you, Travel POV, for the $5 cash app that he donated, the first donation that the channel has gotten. So I appreciate Travel POV be looking out for us, King, man.
Now you
done
better
gave
look
us
out for
the-
Just Dot. Just Dot loves to drop cash apps, so she might hit you
I
up
know,
too.
man. Cause
But it's called
we
Door.
might need a next week you know, an opening and an ending with them, you know, with our theme music that we got going on. Shout to Travel POV for that.
Yeah, he be dropping some bombs, bro. I've run two of his songs too for my show. So yeah,
Right.
POV got the intros on lock.
Mm-hmm.
So
I will say
salute to
so.
Travel POV. And what you got to say, Cool King, before we head out?
Not much. I like the panel this week. I like the people that showed up. Shout to the second female to pop up on our panel and show love and follow through and be consistent with thorough comments. So shout to Miss Maya. And I'm looking forward to next week. We always do it how we do it, and we stay true to it. Next Monday will be another week down, another Monday up. So looking forward to it.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to say this to everybody. I love the travel space, and I love the fact that the tribal space is diverse and that we could actually have people from the FBA culture, the Jamaican culture, and the Haitian culture to be able to come and dialogue, and not only have this dialogue, but have it be a healthy dialogue. And I definitely do believe that we all can, sit down and work together as a family to be able to, get something going on that all of us can agree upon. Just as I was saying earlier, okay, yeah, we're over here and we're fighting the good fight, and we're the ones that started, this whole reparations argument, but this is also the catalyst that has also allowed the Jamaicans to actually petition their government themselves to petition England for reparations as well. So that's all we're looking as FBAs to do, is to also, be the ones, just like the Haitian Revolution of 1804. They was the beacon of light to show the rest of the world during that time that you can fight for your freedom and win. And that's what actually started, the slave revolts that was going on in Americas. And that also started the revolts that was going on in Latin America. Shout out to Simon Bolivar. We didn't even touch on that, how, Simon Bolivar actually went to Haiti and got, resources and backup and support to be able to free 5 of Latin American's country from Spain. So these are the things that if we start to work together, we will be able to do. We all can get reparations. You know what I'm saying? All we got to do is be able to come together and work and depend on each other as the foundation versus depending on their system. Because the thing is, when we start to depend on their system and them extra butter biscuits more than we depend on each other, that's when everything starts to fall apart. So I'm gonna end there.
The extra butter biscuits.
That's what it is. They looking for extra, from the master's table, and the master knows that, so they're able to exploit that, and that's the thing that we definitely need to stop. So with that, I land. I appreciate everybody on the panel: Prime, Vacation Time with Ryan, Magnesi, Maya. Did I forget anybody? KB, Ronan.
So many people, man, came up today. That was a lot.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. Every one of you all be able to come up here and say your piece, and I look forward to having you all come up and give us you all's perspectives on each panel. All right. Look forward to seeing you all next week. Thank you, and we're out.
Yes, sir.
Love, peace, and here, Greece. Till next time, folks.
Peace.
Members that we love, that we've lost them, because I like to keep this tradition going. So this is a toast to family.
To family.
The Black Cleaner. Nate's Odyssey. Traveling while black. Real stories. No filters. Follow the journey. Across the world we've roam. Searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth. The Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey. No filters. No pretending. Follow the journey. Real stories. Never ending. From Panama nights to Cartagena views. Trying to understand life from a different point of view. Conversations get deep when the camera's cut on. Talking purpose, pain, and trying to stay strong. Traveling while black in a world full of judgment. Trying to find freedom while escaping the dysfunction. Some people chasing money, some searching for healing. Others just trying to understand what they really feeling. Nate's Odyssey, every episode authentic. Talking real life lessons, people scared to mention. Relationships changing, friendship fading slow. Trying to find your purpose while still learning to grow. Follow the journey. Across the world we roam. Searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth. The Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey. No filters. No pretending. No, follow the journey. Real stories. Never ending. Messy love Mondays and them late night talks. Money mindset streams while we question our thoughts. Building the broad but discovering yourself. Learning real freedom ain't just wealth. Black fatigue conversations hit different at night. Trying to carry pressure while still chasing the light. Every live stream feel like therapy sessions. Helping people navigate pain and direction. No fake flexing, just honest reflections. Travel stories mixed with life confessions. The beauty and struggle of the global economy. Trying to elevate beyond survival mentally. If you ever felt lost, if you ever needed change, if you ever question life, this journey might feel the same. Follow the journey. Across the world we roam. Searching for peace while trying to build a home. Trying to build a through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth. The Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Oh, follow the journey. No filters, no pretending. Follow the journey. Real stories, never ending. Travel, culture, relationships, reinvention, the black cleaner. Follow the journey.
Well, yeah, salute to Sister Lives and Educated Pookie for also being on the panel. I ain't forget y'all. I just slightly had a brain fog, but I appreciate you all coming on the live as well. And a shout out to everybody that was in the panel: Foreign Skies, Chalupe, Felipe Lindsay, Tam, Mr. Peppers, DMV, Charlie Chan, of course. We had a lot. Jason Beaches. We had a lot of people that was actually in the chat this night. So I appreciate everybody for giving me your support, and I will see you all next week. Peace.
Peace.